Welcome back to the 2023 World Series of Poker. It is time for the $1,000 Seniors Championship Day 4. We are down to the final 27 players, and we will play down to a final table of 6. My name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside you. We're going to bring you guys coverage of this epic event that has $765,000 up top for the winner. Yes, that is no joke for a $1,000 buy-in. 8,180 players entered this event. Like I said, we're down to the final 27, and two absolute legends of the game are still in this event and happen to be at the final table. Donnie, tell the people what we're about to watch.
We're about to watch the legendary 7-time gold bracelet winner Billy Baxter and the former champion of this event and one of the craziest characters in the game, Dan Heimiller, at our feature table.
Heimiller, like Donnie, also a bracelet winner. Baxter, Poker Hall of Famer. It's awesome to have a seniors event on our broadcast, and even more exciting to have two of those stars of the game. And who knows, one of these guys that we don't know at this point might become a legend of the game, because this event, of course, is going to have such a massive, massive first prize that they'll forever be part of poker history. Donnie, hand number one, we're jumping into the action,
Here
and
we go.
immediately have a big all-in.
Yeah, Kuczynski here moving all in. Fetch is going to make the call, of course, with the ace-king of diamonds.
Hey, buddy. Good to see you.
Good luck.
You too.
Blinds are
right, Mike, thank you.
125,000, 250,000, so
I looked at a good one.
going to be some fast and furious action in this event.
Folded an ace.
Kuczynski here at risk and dominated, sees the bad news.
Let's see the flop here as Kuczynski is looking for a 5 or perhaps a wheel to stay alive here. King 9 deuce on the flop. No help for Kuczynski, who is now down to just 1% equity.
That's like 961.
That's exactly right. Running 5s is what we are looking for. King on the turn is going to seal it, and we are down to the final 26.
Good luck, everybody.
Right off the bat here, Ron Fetch takes down this pot with ace-king.
Kuczynski there taking home a little over $24,000 for his finish. Record-setting event here. And with his elimination, 26 players remaining. Everyone is guaranteed $30,000.
If you are just tuning in right now, we are going to be live here. My name is Remco Rinkema and Donnie Peters alongside me until we get down to the final 6, and we're streaming the final table of this event tomorrow as well. We figured it is time to put some respect on the seniors event, especially with a first prize, Donnie, that is bigger than most no-limit events this summer.
Yeah, I mean, this event is just, it's one of a kind every year.
Are they watching?
Let me get it right.
Yes.
I gotta play a hand.
Someone's watching in the truck outside. But is it back? Okay. And it's a delay.
We're not in a truck, but close.
Yeah, Tommy, my brother-in-law.
There is Dan Heimiller in the blue shirt.
Dan Heimiller joking about the fact that he has an insider in our production staff.
He does not.
He does not.
Not sure any of us have ever spoken to Dan Heimiller.
I have.
Oh, you have?
I have interviewed Mr. Heimiller
Okay.
way back in the day. First time I ever spoke to him was back in 2009 when his iconic website was still online. I've heard a rumor that it's back online.
Yeah, I believe it is back online. I believe media member Steve Schultz put it back up.
Your business is counting tickets. You got more problems to getting the count right. if your job is to count tickets, you got more problems with getting the count right.
All right, Dominic. Thanks, Giovanni.
If you're with us in the chat, please let us know who you are rooting for. Maybe you have a friend or a family member in this event.
Oh shit! I didn't put the. Oh well.
This, of course, Donnie, the everyman game.
I'll get it next time.
Over 8,000 players in this tournament, which is absolutely insane.
Tommy.
Riccobono here picking up the ace-king off, and he's going to move all in. Riccobono is the short stack now at this table. He's got 14 big blinds, moving it into the middle. Ritter gives up the ace-9 on the button. Forey giving up the 10-5 off. Action now on Fetch.
Eligibility in this event, age restricted. You have to be 50 years or older. You're getting close, Donnie.
I'm not even 40 yet. Leave me alone.
Billy Baxter, there he is in seat number 2. 7-time World Series poker bracelet winner. One of the OG legends.
Not gonna lie. Look good.
According to many sources, the best low-ball player in the world. He's played the highest stakes cash games for many, many years.
Raise 600.
Action folds to Jamie Baker, who finds King Queen suited. Donnie, you found out that Baker won kind of an epic tournament.
Yeah, it was called the Strangers in the Night. $175 buy-in up at Playground Poker Club in Montreal, or just outside Montreal.
Back to Billy Baxter for a second. His first ever live result in May 1975 when he won the 5K No Limit Reduced to 7 single draw for $35,000. His first of many bracelet wins. That, of course, being a small event, it was winner take all. 2 years later, finished second in the same event. The year after that, he won the same event again.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Hello, he's
I appreciate it.
Tony till Wednesday, me Thursday. I leave on a red eye. I'm flying right back into White Plains.
flight 11 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly.
Got a donation. Baron Spies coming in there.
Thanks.
Seven, 39 South African Rand. Very much appreciated.
He's probably rooting for Mr. Forey, I would guess, the South African player at our table.
You think they can count
I'm going to
to
guess
28?
that Barend, as you say, or as we in the Netherlands would say, Barend, probably speaks a little bit of Dutch himself. Rooting for the South African at our table, Donnie.
Yeah,
Is that a money job?
that would be Rudolph Forey, who's got about 5 million in chips.
Rudolph.
Aces here, Remco. Aces.
The burgers.
Got a couple. We had a couple ace kings already. Now we got the aces, the burgers. Fetch was the one with the ace king of diamonds
Raise
to
600.
score the earlier elimination. Now he's going to get pocket aces on the button. Oh, Baker's got kings in the big blind.
Oh
Hello.
my God. And look at these stack sizes, ladies and gentlemen. This could be absolute mayhem. Donnie, what would you advise Baker to do here when it comes back around to him? Because clearly, Fetch is going to try to play for stacks here.
I mean, unfortunately, you have to get your money in here.
I need you to text Leanne, okay?
Fetch did raise on the button. Baker came in with a 3-bet. I mean, also the positions, this being button versus big blind, are just not going to work out in Baker's favor, of course. We can see that he is crushed here. All in from Fetch.
And a call.
Oh my God.
There it is. Here we go.
We have 20 million in the middle.
Oh my gosh. Hello.
This is like the fourth hand of play and total chaos at the table here.
What a cooler if you are Baker.
Who's got the ace?
Fetch looking to win a massive pot. Remco just mentioned more than 20 million chips in the middle here.
This is for the chip lead, ladies and gentlemen. If the aces hold up, Fetch will be the chip leader in the tournament. Let's see the flop here. Jack 3-10. Some backdoor possibilities. Of course, clubs are, no flush draws in play here, but a king would do it for Baker, but just 2 outs twice.
Oh,
And there it
okay.
is.
Okay.
That backdoor straight draw coming into play here, an ace or a 9 would give Baker the winning hand, or else he'll be on the rail. Let's see the river card. Yeah! It is a king!
Oh, Baker thinks he won, but that's a straight for Fetch.
Oh my God.
He makes Broadway.
King.
I need to double check real quick, guys.
What a disgusting way to go out.
What's it?
I'm speechless, Donnie.
I mean, that is just wild.
Like, you want to cheer for the guy, you see a king,
He needed to hit the
and the guy makes Broadway against you.
Premature celebration.
These two
Oh
stacks
my
close
God.
enough that the dealer's quickly going to count them down.
Isn't it bad enough already to get kings versus aces and then you get busted like this?
6, 7, 8. Yeah,
Devastating
got me covered?
exit for Jamie Baker from Canada
So anyway, that's
in a pot for the chip lead with kings versus aces. Oh my, I mean, you can see in Dan Heimiller's eyes that he just feels so sorry for his opponent.
Baker does take home $30,000 for his efforts. Of course, an absolutely enormous cooler there. button versus blind, aces versus
He had,
kings.
He had like
Yeah.
11.
Canadian Baker
something like
is
that.
going to hit the rail in
that's
26th
11.
place. Now
Right.
25 players left here in this
Seat
record-setting
8.
seniors
Single
championship
deployment
event.
please.
Where we at?
Oh, switching out.
Massive pot for Ron Fetch as he moves into the chip lead now. 21.3 million. What a time to get aces.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no,
I am reeling emotionally from this hand. Ron Fetch now 21.3 million
I
chips.
saw it. I wasn't watching the board either. I thought he won it too.
Billy Baxter thought that Baker had it as well. Donnie, you're so focused in your mind on hitting that king.
Of course, yeah. You know, you don't necessarily think about your opponent's outs in the moments. Of course, the emotions are running high. You're
You
just
want
like,
to.
I got to double
You're
up. I
mad.
got to find it. I got to find it. Then you find it, but it's not the one you want it to find. It's the king that gives your
We
opponent the
have,
Broadway
just over
straight.
6.
6, all right.
I think 6. I might have less now.
Okay, thanks.
We've all done it before. Absolutely brutal way to go as well. As you said, Remco. It's bad enough to run kings and aces there in that spot, given the chips that those two players had. And then that run out, just
Oh yeah.
extra salt into the wound.
6-6.
All right, we're off to a blazing
over
start
6-6,
here
maybe 6.
at this feature table. If you're just joining us, final 3 tables of the 1K Seniors Championship. Billy Baxter and Dan Heimiller at our feature table. We're playing down to a final table of 6 tonight. We're going to be here with you until we reach that point. There's $765,000 up top. We put the payouts in the description of this event as well.
Gordon Eng here getting a little loosey-goosey, coming in with a raise from early position with the 10-6 of hearts. Ritter is going to 3-bet with the ace-queen of clubs. Heimiller's on the button with a couple threes. He's going to give it up. Riccobono here also with the 10-6, his offsuit in the big blind. Guessing that goes into the muck, and it does.
How do you like Eng, Donnie, there attacking with 10-6 suited? Blinds are high.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind playing aggressive. He is second in chips at this table. You know, only has to worry about Fetch now busting him. So
We have a new player
if he
coming
wants
in.
to stay on the gas, then go right ahead.
6 seat.
If you're enjoying the content, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel.
Here, why don't you get 2 up? Hey,
Can you change them up, please?
get 2.
He wants
where we,
2.
Where we have
2
a chance.
versus with some green also.
Oh, we got a new player joining us here at the feature table.
Did you count them for me?
Yes, sir.
Get that player mic'd up. Get him sitting down there.
Here, 500 change. We're 8 players now.
8-handed, which I believe signifies that we are down to
I'm still
24
here.
in the field, 8 players on every table. Patrick Verret out of France going out in 25th place. Again, all the players right now guaranteed a little over $30,000, $30,067 to be exact.
That's better.
Your action, sir. He's at the table.
Welcome to the table. You got a hand? Let's go. This new player is Kevin Kelly, coming in with 13 big blinds.
Sir, can you put him in the box first and fold? Split him in the box.
Like this, like this. So I can pick up with a camera.
See how bad
a player I am.
Thank you.
Folding that.
That's the thing,
We are not here to rate anyone's play. We are just here to give you guys an entertaining stream. And given the stack sizes in this event and the pay jumps at play, I can only imagine the rest of the day and tomorrow are going to be very exciting with lots of all-in action,
600.
fast-paced action as well. Heimiller raising the button here with ace-6 suited. El Riccobono, Donnie, you've been covering him. You've been covering him basically your entire career.
Yeah, I met him years and years ago back at Mohegan Sun, an East Coaster out of New York.
And a call.
Been around the scene for quite a bit of time.
We have 2 players.
comes out to the series every single year, plays a few events, usually plays the main.
Check. And check. Check. Bet 700.
Heimler bets 700 on the turn after hitting 2 pair. Flop action went check, check. Action now back on Baxter, who's going to make the call. Oh, excuse me. It's going to raise to 1.5 million. Ooh, and what is this from Heimler, Donnie? It looked as though he was going to make the quick call, then grabbed one of his 500K chips back into his hand.
I never know what Dan Heimler is going to do.
Heimler with a commanding hold on this hand. He seemed to be inclined to call, and then it looks like he's changing his mind. Stacks are not
I can't
deep.
imagine he's ever folding.
Oh, yeah. Well, if he is folding, he just took back the 500K chips that was in the middle.
Yeah, he did bet 700, so that's going to stay.
It looks as though he is going to raise now from
Oh, Tom, thanks, Tom.
the way that he's counting out these chips. Maybe making it 3 million. Clicking it back to Baxter, who just has a pair of jacks.
Yeah, it's open before, but the 3 bet is folded.
I'll go all in.
Player all in.
There
Oh,
it
wow,
is.
There it is. He does go all in. Donnie, how do you feel about this move? Do you prefer getting it in here?
If I'm who?
If you're
Heimler?
Heimler?
Yeah, I think it's fine. You know, there are some draws out there. You can deny some equity there. You don't want to give Billy Baxter a free card if he's got some clubs, got some sort of combo, straight draw, flush draw, that sort of thing.
Over 8,000 players in this event, and the 2 biggest notables clashing here with 25 players remaining.
There are going to be some times here, too, with Baxter defending out of the big blind that he could have a worse 2 pair, so you can get some value there if that's the case. But that's right. Heimler knows.
3.475.
Can't let the man draw.
3.475.
Yeah, 475.
One's moved.
He put a call out.
For those in the chat wondering about the 10K horse event,
Am I the only
final
one that's
table of that event slated to be on PokerGo.com tomorrow on our main feature table set.
Annie, please.
The table you're looking at right now doesn't have the capabilities for 8-handed play in the mixed game formats. So we can do final tables of those events when they get down to 7 or fewer,
125.
as the goal has always been to stream from 6 down to a winner in most events. Of course, Hold'em is a bit easier. We can show you guys 9-handed play. So tomorrow, 10K horse final table, which, Donnie, is sort of, I don't know, gearing up to be a massive final table.
Yeah, I mean, those 10K championship events are always star-studded. The 10K horse, generally a little bit more star-studded than the rest of the 10K championship events. So we'll do some checking in on that event as we go throughout the day today. Keep you guys updated on what's happening there. Again, that final table will be on PokerGo tomorrow. Dan Heimler, of course, at this feature table. He won this very event back in 2014. He took home $627,000. And if you can believe it, when he won this event back then, 4,425 entries. So almost double this time around. I mean, this event grows every single year. It is incredibly big.
Way played, G.
Waiting for you.
It feels a little bit like a mini main event in a way.
Well played.
I mean, for a lot of these guys, a lot of the seniors, that's how they treat it. You know, a lot of people come out to play the seniors events. I talk to a lot of them
By the way,
throughout this tournament going on. You know, people that are PokerGo subscribers, people that are fans of the PokerGo podcast, whatever it may be. A lot of them come out. They kind of treat this one as their main event. A little bit more accessible price point, $1,000 buy-in versus the main event being $10K. So they can get out there and battle. You got a lot of groups that come out and play this event together. So a lot of fun.
I will guarantee you that when I turn 50, I'm playing this tournament.
Oh, for sure, for sure. You have to. You know, I think a lot of players kind of look at this event when they're younger and they say, I'm never going to play that. But then I feel like a lot of them end up playing it and absolutely love it, and like, I'm never missing it ever again.
Riccobono raising it up with ace-9 suited. He is coming into this hand with just 14 big blinds, so he's got some work to do.
What is correct?
Gonna get some change, please.
So nice to just pick up some blinds and antes at this stage of the tournament.
Thank you.
For Huffelaar asking in the chat, where's Negreanu? Not eligible yet for this event.
So much.
Okay, you want two?
Nah,
Red Bull?
It's one of those
water,
tournaments where
cocktails?
you're hoping that it takes as long as possible for you to become eligible, but then when you finally are, you're just going to play it every single year. Donnie, should we have a young man/woman's tournament, 25 or younger?
Yeah, I was talking to Tim Duckworth yesterday on the Poker Go podcast. You guys can find that podcast wherever you listen to your podcast. But Tim brought that up because they used to have kind of a young guns tournament in Australia for the Aussie Millions. That was 21 and younger, you know, different age restrictions in Australia. But here, you could do something like 25 and under. I think that would be cool. I also suggested that you do a seniors high roller, like a 5K buy-in. That would probably draw pretty well. I saw that Win Poker did a seniors high roller, and James Calderero won it. Dan Shack made the final table. Victoria Lifshitz was also at that final table, so
Check and check.
pretty good final table there overall. But you could get a, let's say, a 5K. Because the two seniors events, you have the seniors championship, this one, and then you have the super seniors, both 1K buy-ins. Then you do like, you do a 5K, you could probably get 400 or 500 players in there.
Absolutely right. Squirrels says, this field will be incredibly tough when all the post-boom crushers start becoming eligible.
Of course.
You know, I'm imagining Bonomo and Haxton at the seniors final table in a few
Let's
years.
go. Sean Deeb's in there.
It's
Brian
like-
Rass is getting close.
Maybe like 15 more years.
Yeah, Jeremy Osmus he's in his 40s, so he might get up there.
Jeremy Osmus looks younger every year. Very impressive.
just had a senior.
For those asking about my cycling race, which is why I missed the PLO stream the
Said I
other
lo-
night,
I said
I
I
got
lost my
third,
bag,
so I'm allowed to come back on the stream.
Just for
So
that.
Right.
Donnie told me podium or bust. And,
No, you said podium or bust in the
right.
chat, and I said to everyone in the chat, and there was a ton of people were wishing you best of luck. So you guys will be happy to know that Remco did get third. He was on the podium. Your fiance also got a podium finish, second.
Second, yes.
So they're just, they're crushers out here.
For those that follow cycling a little bit, Pete Stetina won the race that I was in.
At least twice, I did tell people to follow you on Strava.
Perfect. I got a few followers, actually.
Yeah, I told people to follow you on Strava.
Yeah.
I also said I have no idea how Strava works, but if you guys do, you can figure it out and follow
I-
Remco on Strava.
I still need to get you on the mountain bike, Donnie. Vegas has some amazing trails. You would love it. Yeah, I lost to someone, Donnie, who's been in the Tour de France.
Oh, wow. I mean, well, then that's just fine.
Right?
That's fine, yeah. That's like, being like, I lost to Phil Ivey in poker. No big deal.
Exactly, exactly.
It happens.
You're supposed to lose. Baxter raising it up with a 9-8 suited. And Eng folding the ace-10 off, giving Baxter some credit there, raising off the short stack.
A larger sizing here, too, from Billy Baxter, coming in with an 800K raise off 250K big blind.
Donnie, this is poker from the 80s.
This is poker from the 80s. This is what you do.
Billy Baxter figured it out way back when.
When is
He's
correct?
not going to change for us.
Not your time, sir.
It'd be incredible if Billy Baxter was able to win his 8th WSOP gold bracelet here in the record-setting Seniors Championship. El Riccobono there throwing on the Poker Go quarter zip. Love to see it.
I have seen so much PokerGo merch all across the Horseshoe in Paris.
All I see is the No Gamble, No Future merch. That brand has just taken off. Absolutely taken off.
Shout out to my fiance who designed the logo.
Yeah, I mean it's great. It's a great logo, and it's also that brand has kind of taken on, a life of its own. People are like, no gamble, no future every time they put their money in. Ren Lin, of course, chief among those people. That's his signature move.
Speaking of Ren Lin, Donnie, I'm getting a little bit of a sense that you are reaching extreme levels of tilt when it comes to Ren Lin.
What do you mean?
Well, he's absolutely crushing
Yeah, I mean
fantasy.
him and his team. We're trying to keep up with them in fantasy, and it's just like every final table they have one or two guys. It's just wild. Gordon Eng here coming Again, a little bit more on the loosey-goosey side, opening up the queen deuce of diamonds. Fetch is going to come along. So the battle of the two chip leaders here. Fetch defending out of the big blind. King 7-7, 2 diamonds. Eng does flop a flush draw, so good enough to continue for sure.
Bet 625.
See if Fesh wants to come along here. Wouldn't be the worst thing on a paired board like this. Oh, he's going to check raise. Look at that. Coming with it. I like it.
Checker is bluffing. Donnie, do you think he's using the ace of hearts to his advantage here? Or is that not really a factor because there's only one heart out there?
Don't think that's too much of a factor here. Mostly using his position. You know, him coming out of the big blind here.
And if you're Eng, and if you got the guts, this might be the time to. Well, he's just going to call, but I was going to say, make a stand here. King of Hearts on the turn, double pair on the board now, and
this will probably get it done if Fesh does continue. Hard to chase a flush on a double paired board, of course. Fesh making it, well, kind of smaller sizing, 1.5 million. And Eng does give it up. Well done by Fesh.
The rich get richer. He is our tournament chip leader. By the way, speaking of Dan Heimiller, who is sitting to the left of chip leader Ron Fetch, his first live tournament result dates back to 1992 when he got second in the Winter Oasis in Las Vegas. It was a $200 half hold'em, half stud event. Heimiller's been a regular on the scene at the World Series of Poker since 1997 when he finished third in a 2K limit hold'em event. That event won by Kevin Song. Eric Seidel and Huck Seat also at that final table, as well as Barry Johnston, John Esposito.
I scored.
Close.
Play folds around here to Kevin Kelly on the button. He's going to move it all in.
They're all in.
Kevin Kelly, I believe, is making his first ever WSOP cash in this event. And he's down to the final 3 tables here in the record-setting Seniors Championship. Kevin Kelly's out of Minnesota, plays a ton at Canterbury Park.
Only has to get through the blinds here.
Oh, wow. Quick call.
Dan Heimiller finds ace-king suited, wastes no time, puts in the call to create a coin flip worth 6 million chips.
Finish.
Drawing hand versus a made hand.
Exactly.
I don't even know.
Who do you what do you want, Chad? Do you want sixes here or ace king? Let us know. We're going to see a showdown here for Kelly's tournament life. Here comes the flop.
Oh.
Queen, Jack, 9. Heimiller adds a straight draw to his outs.
Backdoor clubs as well.
Backdoor royal flush draw, Donnie.
Oh, yes.
Let's see the turn card. It is a 10, making Broadway for Dan Heimiller, and that'll do it for Kevin Kelly.
It's all lucky.
Better luck.
A chop was still possible on the river.
Nice run.
There's an online $400 tournament.
No, it wasn't.
No.
No.
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck.
No chops possible. Kevin Kelly drawing dead with that 10 on the turn. Heimiller rakes in the chips. The former winner of the Seniors Championship back in 2014. Dan Heimiller chipping up. He's now got over 15 million in his stack. Is that correct?
I think it's 12.
12 million, sorry. The
12.2.
stat screen was wrong for a second there.
Yep.
Up over 12 million there, so chipping up nicely. He won that hand earlier, of course, against Billy Baxter when he bet and then moved all in on the turn over Baxter's check raise. And then here, taking out Kevin Kelly, is Dan Heimiller as he continues to chip up.
It's a packed house today at the World Series of Poker. So many different events going on, but all eyes, of course, on the Millionaire Maker. 2 millionaires are going to be made in that event, Donnie.
Yeah, more than $1.2 million for the winner, and then just over $1 million for second place. Pretty incredible. A record-setting millionaire maker. Not only is it the largest WSOP millionaire maker ever, the largest $1,500 buy-in WSOP event in history. More than 10,000 runners.
Absolutely massive. Funny payout though. Like you don't see it all that often when they guaranteed a $2 million payouts at least, but then the rest of the payout becomes a little bit skewed because of it. Do you think players won't care because once they make the final table, they're going to get a nice payout anyway? Or is it still a bit awkward, and will it affect dynamics because it's almost like you're playing a satellite to get down to heads-up play?
Yeah, I mean the pay jumps will certainly be on everyone's mind. The ICM implications when you get down there. The jumps are so big, and for many players will be large chunks, if not life-changing money in every jump. So that'll certainly be at the top of everyone's mind. And then, of course, you just kind of want to try and make it to the top 2, top 3, where all the money usually is in a poker tournament. And then once you do that, play for the win. Eric Ritter here, ace, king off. Fetch is a playable one here, ace-5 of diamonds.
Fetch also playing an aggressive style, picking up the cards to
that
play
was
with.
An aggressive call. He looked right at the dealer and said, I'll call. I mean,
if you're just tuning in, please smash that like button. I believe, Donnie, can we do some giveaways today?
Yeah, why not?
All right, let's hit 500 likes on the video. What are we giving away?
Let's do a hoodie of the winner's choice from the PokerGo shop.
All right, a hoodie of your choosing from the shop once we get to 500 likes.
Ritter here whiffing on this flop, left with ace-king high. Fesh does pick up a pair of 5s, and he's going to bet after Ritter checked and take it down. The power of position on display there, the power of the big stack. Well done by Fesh.
Billy Baxter, our short stack at the table right now, 13 bigs. He's going to need a double up soon, or else the blinds and antes will start eating his whole stack. I Express says hello from Belgium. Thank you so much for watching. I'm sure we got an international crowd once again.
Oh, yes.
I tuned in, Donnie, to your PLO stream right when you asked where people were watching from, and it was so fun seeing it in the chat. And I almost wanted to dial in to hop on the broadcast there for a second. It is weird to leave Vegas during WSOP, but it was only for.
But you didn't leave Nevada.
I did not leave Nevada. I stayed in Nevada.
People were asking where your race was from, and at first I didn't know. I was like, it's probably Arizona or Utah or maybe somewhere in Nevada. Then I did look it up, and it was in Nevada. What's the name of the town?
The town is called Lamoille.
Okay, I couldn't pronounce it.
It's just outside of Elko, the Ruby Mountains. By the way,
how long does it take to get there?
Like 6.5 hours.
And I asked that because I think there's a misconception that Nevada isn't that big, and it's massive. You start driving north, you can drive north, I feel like, for 2 days, and just you're still in Nevada.
So we have friends that live in Reno. They drove 4.5 hours to Lamoille, and we drove 6.5 hours from the opposite direction.
So crazy.
Also, the Ruby Mountains. If you're ever in Nevada or doing a road trip in the U.S., it's absolutely stunning there. It is crazy how beautiful it is. Action back on to Fetch, who has decided to lay this Jack-10 down. Probably, Donnie, taking into account the shorter stacks that he's facing there on this corner of the table. Can't get too out of line.
One of those short stacks here, Rika Bono in the cutoff. Gonna try and make some noise with this ace-10 off. 650K is the raise. Action over to Ritter in the big blind, and he's going to give it up as well. And Rika Bono shows the ace, showing the ace of hearts. Trying to tell the table that he's not messing around. He's not really stepping too far out of line.
Players are being eliminated at a pretty fast clip here to start off the play at the final 3 tables. If you're just joining us, we're playing down to the final 6 at least. We'll see how long it'll take. But the final 6 will get paid $158,000. So lots of money on the line, especially when you're related back down to the $1,000 buy-in. Currently, players are guaranteed $30,000. Nice little ROI.
It's wild. Yeah. Next pay jump will be when there are 17 players left. $37,300 there. So a little over a $7,000 pay jump is what these players are eyeing. Of course, everyone chasing that final table.
Charger T asking in the chat, will you stream the final table of this tomorrow? Yes, we will. Donnie and I will stream the final table of this, and the 10K horse final table will be on PokerGo.com. So 2 final tables tomorrow streaming live here between our platforms.
No kill.
Yeah, pretty whole stack out there.
Eng raising to 550 on the button with ace-7 off. Fury making the call in the big blind.
It could have been a 3-bet jam spot for Fury. The opposite, just call.
5-6-6 rainbow on the flop. Wow, look at that.
I mean, the seniors came to play, man.
Just check raising.
Check raising all day.
This is the second check raise we've seen, and both times with nothing.
Yeah, both times also on a paired flop.
Wow. Oh. Eng reaching there. It looked like potentially a swift sort of like, let's go, but what does he have to go on here?
I mean, Eng has an interesting spot because the ace high could have some showdown value. The 7 in his hand, you know, is blocking some of the straight draw possibilities that Fury could have. But
B-flop as well, if you wanted that. So either way, it was going in.
Either way, it was going in, says Fury.
Wow, those are some fighting words.
Or queen flop.
Fury, like I said, from South Africa. I already saw some Fury fans in the chat. He's got $593,000 in career tournament earnings. The vast majority of those cashes on the African continent. His first at the All Africa Poker Tournament in Swaziland, where he cashed for $38,000 US converted. Fury is 14th on South Africa's all-time money list. Donnie, who's number 1?
It's Ram Vaswani.
No, he's from the UK.
Oh. The guy who made the final table.
Raymond Rami.
Yeah, him. Sorry. That's who I was picturing in my head. I said the wrong name. Don't shoot me.
The Raymond Rami hand versus Jerry Yang is still one of my all-time favorite hands.
What place did he come in that main event?
I want to say 4th or 3rd. Just off the top of my head, let me just look it up real quick. Baxter, by the way, on the short stack finds pocket queens.
Hello.
Vaswani got 3rd in the 07 main event for $3 million.
He's one of my, he's got 5% of me. Just whatever you send, cut and paste into me.
Back to Fury, his biggest cash at the
Explain to him
GUKPT in London, finishing 2nd in the main event back in 2013 for $170,000. Baxter takes it down. And Donnie, let's have a look at our Dream Seed promotion. 3 annual subs get a chance of a lifetime.
Yes, they can come out to Las Vegas if they win, if their name is drawn, to compete in the PGT Championship $1 million free roll. Head on over to PokerGo.com today. Pick up a subscription. An annual sub gets you in there. You can use the promo code DREAM30 to save $30 on the annual subscription price.
Stephen Walker says, I stand corrected. I take my nut peddler's comments back. Damn right. This stream has already been filled with action, and these players definitely came to play.
Pocket 9s here for Ritter, coming in with a raise. He is in the cutoff seat, and Ritter working off 18 big blinds. Everyone folds, and Ritter is going to take that one down.
Ritter is one of our lesser known players, doesn't have a massive live resume, but he has plenty of experience at the World Series of Poker, cashing the seniors event back in 2019 and in 2018, and he cashed a Millie Maker in 2017. So no strangers to large fields, has made a bunch of runs. This, of course, his marquee run that could provide him with a life-changing payout if he manages to make this final table. 18 big blinds right now, still plenty of room to play for him.
The chips in play, the denominations are greens are 25K, dark blue chips, the blueberries as I like to call them, are the 100Ks, and then those brown chips are 500K. Fesh here, the table chip leader, he's coming in with a raise on the button to 600K. Dan Heimiller, re-raise from the small blind, king 3 of clubs.
I'm telling you, these guys don't mess around. They just want to play. And Dan Heimiller, by the way, I've covered him for many, many years. He is out of control. He is one of the most aggressive players you'll ever come across. And if you are not aware of Dan Heimiller and who he is, he might try to get away with his style of play because he, looks like Dan Heimiller. He looks like, polo shirt, older gentleman.
Yeah.
I feel as though the older you get, the more aggressive you should get.
Of course. Fesh here with an absolute mountain of chips in front of him. How does he want to play this one? Against the 2014 winner in this event. Into the muck, and the former champ takes this one down with a 3-bet. Well done from Mr. Heimiller.
Heimiller picking up the chips that give him a chance to get one step closer to that final table. We all know it is about chipping up in these events because then you could afford to double up one of the short stacks if you have a little bit more wiggle room here. Biff BSU Cat says, so disappointed I couldn't attend. Played my first WSOP in October 2021, the seniors event, and made the money. Played the Super Seniors in 2023. Loved playing with all these young guys. Absolutely love it. Brian says, I have 2 kids that just graduated college, so no WSOP for me this year, but I'll be in this tourney and the veteran tourney next year. I have never played in a seniors tournament before, so it will be fun. Brian, we'd love to have you out here.
I mean, next year this is probably going to have 9,000 entries.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Much love to everyone in the chat. Do let us know your rooting interest at this table, or share a personal story like we just read here on the broadcast. This is the most laid-back, trying to be entertaining poker broadcast you can think of, and we love just engaging with everyone who is watching from home. Donnie and I will be with you here until the final table is set, and the goal right now is to play down to the final 6. As it stands, there are 24 players remaining, so we are seeing some quick eliminations, but we will have a feature table for you throughout until we get down to the final table.
Got one brewing here. Riccobono opens from the small blind, makes it 725K. Billy Baxter defends the big blind with King-9. Riccobono has him dominated, but the flop providing 3 hearts, and Baxter is the only one with a heart. Riccobono checks, and the 7-time gold bracelet winner doesn't look like he wants to allow any free cards here, so he's going to bet 500K.
Tough to continue here for Riccobono. No hearts, no pairs, no real draws. You can see the equities on the screen. He is still technically the favorite, Donnie, but he is actually a huge underdog.
Yes, does have the best hand currently. That said, a lot of outs here for Baxter.
The play is very shallow.
And that hand goes into the muck. Riccobono there might have wanted to limp jam or just jam all in to start. Still just over 3 million chips for Riccobono, so working on 12 big blinds.
Lots of Billy Baxter fans in the chat. Hopefully Billy can make a run to the final table. That'd be awesome to watch. 5-0 says, Baxter is 83 and looks great. I hope to look like that when I'm 83, let me tell you. Nice modern looking glasses too. Ian says, I turn 50 next June. Won't be going to the WSOP, but hoping to visit Vegas early May for the first time. Well, there is plenty of action all over town. Donnie, when you and I first started coming to Vegas, it was hard to find a good series of small tournaments to play, especially at lower stakes. But nowadays, I feel like every single casino, every single night has something good on offer.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much stuff going on around town. So much stuff. Of course, here at the WSB, even if you're not playing bracelet events, they have multiple deep stack tournaments every single day. I think the biggest one every day is the 1 p.m. I believe it's a $250 buy-in. You know, gets 900, 1,000 entries every single time. $250 buy-in. There's, 30, 40K up top. They also have a 4 p.m. one. I think they have a 7 p.m. one as well. So Monday night here, they have a $250 horse deep stack for the mixed game players out there. So even if you're not playing the bracelet events, there's still plenty of action to be had. Of course, cash games as well. Can't forget about the cash game. Horseshoe and Paris on the Las Vegas Strip for the WSB. Pretty much a one-stop shop here. For you here, pocket nines. There's a raise, 600K. Rica Bono here on the cutoff with ace-5 of hearts. He does let it go.
Are we redrawing at 2 tables? Oh.
And everyone else gives it up as well, and Forey takes that one down. His under-the-gun raise gets it done with the 2 nines. Forey now up over 7 million in chips, 28 big blinds in his stack. Ron Fesh still the table chip leader, 95 big blinds. Of the chips on this table, Fesh has 34% of the chips.
That's insane.
I mean, you can see the stacks there. I mean, look at him. It's got a wall.
Dominating performance by him so far. Of course, it helps when you find aces and run into kings.
Oh, definitely. Heimler here with a queen jack of diamonds. In the words of Phil Locke, 40% of a royal. Have to play it, of course. 600K is the raise. Pocket kings for Billy Baxter.
Let's go. All right. Versus Heimler, too.
And Baxter not incredibly deep. Does have 20 big blinds, but how does the 7-time gold bracelet winner want to play this one? It looks like he's counting out chips for a 3-bet.
This looks sizable, Donnie.
1.8 million.
1.8 million. We're going 3x on the 3-bet here. Despite his large stack size, Donnie, probably not advisable here for Heimler to take a flop, given the fact that Baxter's 3-betting off 20 big blind stack.
There it is. He does fold. Baxter takes it down. Good fold there from Heimler. Didn't think about it too long. Just nice and disciplined. That queen jack of diamonds, the pretty looking queen jack of diamonds, into the muck.
Yeah, make the blinds 5-10.
Queen jack of diamonds is probably one of the prettiest looking hands
for sure.
in all of poker. Probably also one of the easiest hands to get yourself caught into a tricky situation. Just joining us, this is the 1K Seniors Championship. Over 8,000 players in this tournament. We are down to the final 24, streaming until we get down to a final table of 6 today. $756,000 up top for the winner, and all we ask of you is to smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. Our goal is still to hit 500,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. Yes, we are an ambitious bunch. That is our goal for the WSOP. And if you enjoy this content and you want to see more of it, I can always recommend hit the notification bell. That way you are always in the know whenever we have a new stream or a new clip or a new highlight coming onto our channel.
Blind versus blind here. Forey opened up from the small blind, made it 600K. Fesh called in position. Ace King 5, check from Forey, and a bet from Fesh takes it down.
Too much adrenaline.
Fast approaching 500 likes and our first giveaway once we eclipse that mark. Not much for anyone on this hand as it folds over to Fesh in the big blind, or sorry, small blind, excuse me.
Daniel W says the WSP has a seniors tournament, but what about an over 40 or 40 to 50 tournament, et cetera, et cetera? Well, I think I saw Cracking Aces tweet about this earlier, to have a tournament per decade, and then the finalists of each, or the winner of each tournament comes together and they play one sort of sit and go style for a prize pool on the live stream. So 20 to 30, 30 to 40, et cetera, et cetera. That'd be quite fun, I think. I would actually like to watch that.
So Fesh limped in here from the small line with 10-8 off. Heimiller has at least the 6 of clubs and made it 800K, and Fesh is going to call. So we don't know Heimiller's other card just yet. See if the card reader can pick that one up as we go to a flop here.
Donnie, it doesn't matter. It's Dan Heimiller.
That's
All he needs is the 6 of clubs. That's enough for him.
Well, we do know that Fesh whiffed this flop. He has no diamonds. Didn't really connect with anything other than a backdoor straight draw. And he checks over to Heimiller, who is going to continue here. That is 700K.
We just hit over 500 likes, which means that we're going to do a giveaway for a hoodie of your choosing from our PokerCo shop. All you have to do is be a subscriber to our YouTube channel and like the video and answer the question that I'm about to pose, and I'll pick a random submission for the prize. Fetch, Donnie, just check raising to 1.7 million. These guys are not scared, and I've seen more bluff check raises at this featured table than I've seen in the entire rest of the WSOP combined. Like, I absolutely love seeing this. 10-8 on 3 diamonds with an ace. Let's go.
And we've seen several check raises now. Twice. Fesh is coming in with the check raise, so.
I think he had a big diamond.
Sometimes it's better to play the player than play the cards you're dealt.
Exactly right.
Fesh, the power of the big stack. You love to see a big stack leverage the chips that they have. And that's what we're seeing here from Fesh.
Doesn't seem like these players have any sort of favorite hand. They just play whatever they're dealt, and they're just going to run with it. But for my giveaway question, we are going to go that way. I want you to let us know in the chat, what is your favorite poker hand and why? Maybe you want a tournament with it. Maybe it just looks so good. Maybe you have a special memory of it. Let us know in the chat your favorite poker hand and why. 7s, jacks, 10-8 suited, whatever it may be, let us know in the chat. And in the next few minutes, I will do a random draw for everyone with a submission, and we'll credit you with a hoodie. Heimiller moves all in on from the small blind, putting Rico Bono at risk. And we can see here that this is a tremendous situation for the man in the 1 seat.
can't hear you.
Pretty close.
Pretty close here.
2 cards are close.
11 big blinds.
Close to snapping them off.
I think this is a call here for Riccobono, but certainly a tough spot. A lot of times you're going to be essentially flipping here against 2 live cards for Heimiller. We can of course see that Heimiller is dominated here. Also think this is a fairly standard play from Heimiller here to move all in with the king high. Wow, he shows the ace. Does that mean he's going to lay it down? Yes, it does. Wow. Heimiller gets that one through. Not sure I would have showed that ace, though, because it's showing Heimiller that you can be abused. You're going to be folding aces there. Not pocket aces, but
2-2 or something like that.
any combos of an ace on 10, 11 big blinds. Blind versus blind, I mean, I think your opponents are going to start pressuring you. And we have seen a lot of aggression at this table. You know, Fesh has been aggressive. Gordon Eng has certainly been aggressive at times, trying to come in. We see it there from Heimiller. So,
I had a good enough.
A little too tight for your blood?
So I had a good enough.
yes, of course. I mean, you know me. I mean,
I'd rather not draw it out.
give me queen high. I'll put my money in.
I didn't want to draw it out. He stuck with him huge. So I might as well just go on.
How much are you sitting right there?
Well, less after your hand with you. Let's see what I got now. I don't know.
A few more minutes for our giveaway. If you're just joining us, we're doing a giveaway right now for a free PokerGo hoodie. You can choose whatever hoodie you want from our shop. All you have to do is let us know in the chat what's your favorite poker hand and why.
8, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Aces, baby. The burgers. That, I mean, that's the hand, right? That's the hand.
I think 10-9 of spades.
I mean, I like so many hands. So I just, you know, just look at me like, this is great.
Just
this
the
is great.
joy, the joy of looking down at a beautiful hand, like 10-9 of spades. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
what's this?
Jack 10 suited is up there. Obviously, the hand that Dan Heimiller had not too long ago, the Queen Jack suited, that's a great one.
Pocket pairs don't make me feel as excited, I must say. Of course, the big ones, you know, aces, kings, queens, whatever. But small pocket pairs don't do it for me. But 10-9 suited, oh, let's go.
Well, you've done really well.
Probably lost the most money possible with those kinds of
Ooh,
combinations.
queens here for Riccobono. I guess good thing he folded that ace-6 off, but he gets 2 queens here.
It pays to be patient, Donnie.
Good thing for a long time.
See how he wants to play this one. I wouldn't totally be opposed to limping in here, trying to get Billy Baxter. Oh, he's going to move all in. Look at that. He's going for it. Will Baxter pick something up? Ace 4 spades. I think Billy Baxter's going to be making this call.
Every Super Bowl and how much is it? You know, whatever. I bet between 20 and 50, 20 and 60,000 every Super Bowl.
It's only 8 big blinds.
And then every. What's the other way I bet? 1 year I bet 30,000 on the.
Big blind is 300K now, so about 8.5 bigs is in the middle for Riccobono.
I love his videos on Instagram. I sit home.
The tricky spot here for Baxter, even though I think he's going to call, is that it's about half his stack. You know, if Billy Baxter has 8, 10 million, I think he snaps this off. Here, you want to put 50% of your chips in, but especially against a player who just showed that he folded an ace to a shove, so what sort of range is he shoving with here? It's probably on the tighter side.
Okay, so
I think this is going to be a call, though, if Baxter's pulling back part of his big blind.
All right, I'm going to give
Depends on the client.
There it is.
You ever get some guys
Here we go.
All in showdown here. Riccobono's tournament life on the line.
Ace 4.
Billy Baxter making the call with ace 4 of spades.
Everybody's different. You know, I mean, there's just
Still 33% for Baxter to send Riccobono to the rail.
That's all you need sometimes, 30%.
you know, there's a lot of things.
All right, let's see the flop here.
Yeah, even the stock market is over the years. It's been great. It's probably been
King, Jack, 6, very safe flop for Riccobono.
2 black cards, but not the spades that Baxter was hoping to see. Those are clubs, and Riccobono was the only one with the club.
But
3 years. That's a great
Turn
depression.
card.
3 years.
The 9 of diamonds. Baxter now down to just 3 outs. Any backdoor possibilities have been eliminated. Let's see the river card.
Years in a row since the Great Depression.
Okay.
It is the 6 of spades, and Rico Bono is going to receive a full double up courtesy of Billy Baxter.
Sideways, how long is it?
Well, sideways would have to be, it'd have to break exactly even, and that never happens.
Patience paying off there for Rico Bono. He is now up over 5 million in chips. Up to 17 big blinds now. Billy Baxter dropping down to the bottom of the leaderboard at this feature table.
525.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
When you could invest it,
3.55 million left for Billy Baxter.
Shout out to Mariska Furi. I can only imagine related to
Yeah, I
Rudolph Furi at our feature table here. Mariska, welcome to the rail. Thank you for joining us. Must be getting late over there in South Africa.
Next time I'll take
Hopefully it'll be worth staying up for.
I got a big one. All markets, you know, there's every market's a market. Real estate, bonds.
Sounds like Highmiller and Fesh are just, you know,
Everything's
deep in the stock market talk. Someone needs to tell them it's Sunday. The markets aren't open. Final 3 tables in the seniors championship. So let's, you know, let's put the stock market talk to the side.
Mariska, by the way, in the chat says, supporting my dad, Rudolph Furi.
Love it.
That's
absolutely love it. Welcome to the Real, Mariska.
So you're doubling your money about every 7 years.
Donnie, we better pay attention to this investment advice.
Can't argue against that.
Dan Highmiller is either a horrible investor or an insanely good investor.
Very polarized.
I feel like there's no in the middle.
Fetch here is going to raise it up. 8-7 of spades.
That's one of those pretty looking hands you love to just peel back. Oh wait, 8-7 suited. A lot of possibilities here.
It's one of those where you like you raise and you say, "This is not investment advice, but I'm going to raise here anyway."
300,000.
Gets it through there.
You and I didn't even know.
You forgot, yeah.
Well, I didn't hear him say anything.
Oh yeah, it's been there for a few hands.
For 8 minutes,
Actually, 3 hands.
All right, I've done my draw for the winner of the hoodie. The winner is Alfred Simmons. He says Ace Jack because my name is Alfred Jr. Absolutely love it. Alfred, congratulations. You win a free hoodie of your choosing from our PokerGo shop. Please send an email to social@pokergo.com. Include a screenshot of you logged into your YouTube account so we can verify. And then we will be in touch and send you a promo code so you can get yourself a free hoodie.
I'll take a coffee with cream.
For Scott and everyone else asking, the payouts for this event are in the description of our video. Just click on expand on the text for the video and you'll see all the payouts. I believe we are down to the final 23.
Today's a salute to
23, 24, something in that range. They are dropping on the outer tables though. Or actually, I've been told we're down to the final 19, Donnie. We are one elimination away from the final 2 tables. It's going a little faster than we expected. Ritter and Eng here in the mix. Eng raised it up to 650K from the small blind. Ritter called from the big blind. We're going to see a 10-6 5 flop with 2 clubs. Eng hits a pair.
And some backdoor diamonds here. Enough for him to continue. Ritter gives it up. You said we're down to 19 now. We saw Kevin Kelly bust out. Brett Reichart also busted out, the father of Josh Reichart, you know, a fairly well-known younger poker player out there. He took 22nd. Thomas Howes, 21st, and Jerry Garver, 20th place.
For Mariska and everyone else asking in the chat, we are on a 30-minute delay. That's the only way for us to show you these cards, otherwise it'd be unfair towards the players.
Because it's hard to invest in commodities, right? Only a few people know what's going on, right? There's no logic.
I think I got over 5. I got about 70, 80, over 5 million.
Oh, Bonita gave me a...
It looks as though we might have reached the final 18.
Yeah, we might be down to 18 here. If they're paused here, that reason is they're likely got to rearrange the tables.
Well, look at the stock
Better not
market,
get
the
them too
S&P
excited.
500 is an index, so anybody can get into an index.
But I haven't played.
While we wait, we'll listen to investment advice here from Ron Fetch. And why wouldn't you listen to him, Donnie? He has 26.9 million chips. Next closest at this table has 9.5 million chips.
Yeah, he's investing really well in this tournament. Very, very well. David Thompson eliminated in 19th place. That gets us down to 18. Lonnie Hallett was the one busting Thompson.
So for me to say the stock
They
market,
got it all in on an 8-6-5 flop. Thompson had 6-7 for a pair and a straight draw. Hallett had pocket jacks. The jacks held. That gets us down to 18 here.
All right, we are down to the final 18, just 2 tables remaining. They're going to do a quick redraw. We're going to skip ahead and cut that out of our stream. So bear with us here for about 1 to 2 minutes before play resumes with our final 2 tables. We'll be right back.
Businesses.
All right, welcome back to coverage of our 1K Seniors Championship. We are down to the final 18 players. Cards are back in the air. We're playing down to a final table and then down to 6. We're going to show you all that action. Billy Baxter stayed on the feature table. We have a whole bunch of new names. We'll dive into those in just a second.
Just smack.
It's like camera thing
Yeah, you can do
here.
it. Just don't get so close to the
Yeah, I get you.
He did say shuffle.
Actually, Billy Baxter was going to kick these in. Blinds are 150K, 300K with a 300K big blind any. Getting acquainted here with the new names. Lauren Cloninger finds pocket aces here on the first hand of the final 2 tables.
Raised to 700.
He's going to raise it up to 700K. If you're just joining us, this is the Seniors Championship, $756,000 up for grabs in this event. Over 8,000 players in the tournament, 8,180 to be exact. And the last woman standing in this tournament has joined us as well at the feature table. Shannon Fahey over there in the 3 seat just decides to kick these into the muck.
Mini? For Mini?
Yeah.
Actually falls to
Get tickets?
Yeah.
Tong Tran in the small blind, one of the more known players still remaining in the tournament. Have seen him around the WSOP for many, many years.
There's nobody else better.
Tran has $918,000 in career tournament earnings.
He's a top 10. He's the 8th or 9th best in football. So there was
His
somebody
biggest
else
result
better
is
to
a
get the-
MSPT main event final table where he won $86,000 back in 2021.
and then 32 touchdowns.
Neil, by the way, here in the big line moves all in with pocket 10s. Ronald Neal at risk with the inferior pair going up against Lauren Cloninger.
It's just, you know, when you don't make
Neil all in for just 9 big blinds.
Well, it's always on the quarterback, you know. It's like a
Which is
pitcher.
unfair.
Exactly. Look at the
Wait, you
Niners.
wait?
Niners don't have one.
Massive pot here right off the bat as we are down to the final 2 tables. Let's see if the aces can hold up again in this seniors event. King, Jack, Deuce on the flop. Aces in a commanding spot here as Neil is down to the final 2 outs.
Yeah, yeah. This one.
Neil could also catch running cards to make a straight. Turn card brings the queen of diamonds. Now an ace or a 9 that's not a diamond could keep Neil in this event, or else he'll bust out in 18th place. River card. It is the 8 of diamonds, and Cloninger makes a flush. Neil hits the rail in 18th place, and we are down to the final 17.
You know, after the post-matric qualification.
Nice tournament.
Yeah, nice
I
playing
know
with
it's fucking 50 years ago, but still it counts.
All right. Good luck, bro. It's mine.
And I had
Cloninger rakes in this pot to bring his stack up to 7.9 million. Looking very, very healthy, but of course, all eyes on Ron Fetch in the 1 seat. 26.9 million chips. Absolutely mad, if you ask me, to sit on that many chips at this stage of the tournament.
you know how many people haven't got that?
That's small this hand.
Wie heel veel mensen het dit niet? Look, I think you got it. You understand?
3 and 3.
But that, to me, when I
Billy Baxter. Now the short stack at the final at this table, this feature table. 11 big blinds for him. Baxter in the big blind right now. No small bet on this hand as Neil busted out.
And there's 5 on the messages, 5 people.
Looks like Rudolph Fourie has a lot of fans both in person and in the chat.
Raise to 8.
Fetch raising it up to 800K. The big stack bully continues to be aggressive.
Giovanni, we play jump only the next one.
Mariska is informing us in the chat that it is actually Rudolph's wife, her mom, who's on the rail in the back there.
See, you clever than
Stay, baby, stay.
Dead button.
That one done. Good luck, good luck. Keep me posted. Thanks, buddy. Pocket 10 and aces. Yeah.
And you wound up with a flush.
You made a flush with your aces?
I didn't know. I can't see the board.
What's the board?
And,
It's 153.
together.
If you're just tuning in, let us know where you're watching from. Always love finding out where our fans are from. We are streaming today until we get down to the final 6. Tomorrow we'll also show the final table of this tournament. So we will find out who of these players, or perhaps those at the outer table, will collect that absolutely just mind-boggling first prize of $759,000. Just relate that to the main event buy-in, which is 10K buy-in. That would be $7.5 million. This, of course, only a 1K buy-in, but it gives you a bit of perspective on how incredibly large this payout is going to be. Fetch again is going to keep raising, making it 800K with ace deuce of spades. Oh, wow. Billy Baxter finds pocket kings.
That's it. King
The
Jack.
legend, just sitting on 9 big blinds. He moves all in. Cloning our 7 deuce, that ends up in the muck. Fetch is going to do run some numbers.
2.8, something like that.
2.8.
Fetch earlier talking about the stock market. Clearly a man that understands the numbers. He's going to do the math and see if it makes sense for him to call these 9 big blinds with just ace deuce.
Yep, 2.8.
Fetch, of course, has a mountain of chips to work with here. This would be a small dent in his stack if he were to call and lose, but still has great equity against pocket kings. Has to call 2 million to win 6.2. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's getting the right price here. He does lay it down with ace deuce suited. Baxter probably not happy to see that with pocket kings. He probably would have won a full double up.
So did you, Bill, did you play with Huggy Pearson?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How about Archie?
Archie
The Crazy
too.
Greek?
I
Yeah.
play them all.
I started playing, when I was 18, I played with Archie for like 20 a game. That was monster games for me.
You
Used
see
to,
OG anywhere? OG, where is he? I don't see him.
I don't see much anymore.
I want him, yeah, but I can use it.
Pardon?
You can put it, yeah, I can use it.
Here you go, Shannon. Slide them over.
It might be our
Billy Baxter
power
talking
game.
about playing with Archie Karras and Puggy Pearson, of course. Baxter has been around since
a friend of
the
mine sees him
early
all the
days
time.
of
I
poker.
forgot where he's in. I think Southern California.
Actually folds over to Shannon Fahey. 10-9 offsuit. She's going to come in for a raise. Oh, wow. Rico Bono finds pocket aces. Equal stacks here between Fahey and Rico Bono. Rico Bono is going to move all in for 5.3 million.
I'm out.
Shove is for about 17 big blinds. And Cloninger finds ace-king offsuit. Ladies and gentlemen, the big hands just keep on clashing here in this seniors championship. How can Cloninger possibly get away from this? The answer is probably he can't.
350.
Donnie, a raise and a shove in front of you. Ace-king, it's just impossible to fold, right?
It is impossible to fold. You are blocking aces and kings to some extent. Your opponents could have, you know, queens, jacks, possibly an ace-queen suited, stuff like that.
There it is. Cloninger announces all in.
Certainly got to take this spot.
Wow, and even Stearns has a hand. Ace-9 suited in the big blind. Of course, that goes into the muck, as well as Fahey's 10-9 offsuit. But Rico Bono is going to see the great news. He's going to have an awesome chance to double up here with aces versus ace-king. Only 7% equity for ace-king. When you see it like this, Donnie, it makes you realize even more how weak ace-king is. It is just a drawing hand.
It is just a drawing hand, and it is against the mother of all made hands, pocket aces.
And
Rico Bono, the player, at risk here.
on top of that, Donnie, it's black aces, which makes it even more powerful. Here comes the flop. 5, 6, 9. The best thing that Cloninger can hope for now is a 7 and an 8 to chop this thing up, because running kings is only a 0.3% chance of happening. Turn card, 5 of spades, and that will do it. Riccobono receives a full double up. River card, the 7 of diamonds to complete the board. Riccobono now up to 12.1 million, and all of a sudden, Donnie, a few hands ago, just before the redraw, he folded a6 versus Dan Heimiller. We both said that should have probably been a call. Then he had a reshove, now he doubled up, and all of a sudden here we are. He is in a really, really good spot to make this final table.
A couple of premiums here working out for Riccobono. We saw those queens. Now we see the pocket aces. He's up over 12 million. He'll be second in chips at this table. Cloninger
That's
all
his,
the way
man.
down to
Yeah.
about 6.5, 6.66 big blinds here after this pot. So he's certainly going to need to make something happen.
Thank you.
Dan, the gentleman, says on YouTube chat, Riccobono, rich and bueno. Love it.
I did, just when I ran out on the break, I ran into Al, you know, during the redraw. He said his wife and his family are watching back home, so shout out to them.
Chef AB says, Riccobono, what a name, up there with Fantasky. Fantasky was the first stream of the summer, Donnie?
I think so, yeah.
I believe it was. Shout out to you, Chef, for being with us for all these streams. It's been an awesome summer of poker action so far. And we're only, what, 6 or 7 days away from the main event getting underway?
Oh, yes.
Kind of hard to fathom that it's gone this fast.
Yeah, the main event tends to get here fairly quickly, but then the main event is so long that you still have so much of the WSOP left.
It is actually really wild how the main event takes up such a huge portion of the World Series of Poker. And back in the day, not even that long ago, Don, during our time, there was nothing else going on during the main event.
Oh, yes.
That has changed in recent years, and now the side action will continue to blossom as the main event whittles down on day 3, 4, and 5. Events such as the closer, the little one for one drop, are always on the backside of the tournament schedule.
See that there? Thought that was your lunchbox.
If you're enjoying the coverage, please smash that like button and subscribe to our channel. It is very much appreciated. Let's get us to 500,000 subscribers. We're already at 430,000, meaning we've already added 30,000 subs during the WSOP, which is super exciting.
Tran here picking up the ace-king, Remco's favorite hand, of course.
It's a drawing hand, Donnie. It's a drawing
Especially
hand.
the ace-king offsuit.
Oh, 2 flushes.
1,200.
Tran is staple on the circuit.
Tran has been around. I mean, I remember my first WSOP 2008. It was like, this is Jimmy Tran, cover him. He's a notable, and he's
Yeah.
been around ever since. I see him everywhere. See him around town a lot, playing a lot of the stuff. All over Las Vegas, of course. See him here at the World Series of Poker every single year.
Back in 2008, he had his best WSOP result, a 13th place finish in the 10K PLO.
Oh yeah, look at that.
That event won by Marty Smith from Ireland, beating Peter Jetton heads up. Michael Mizrahi got 3rd. Billy the Croc got 4th.
Wow, what a table.
What a final table.
Fesh here with pocket 3s in the small blind. Tran's raise was to 4x, so Tran looking like he wants to just take this down pre-flop, you know, doesn't really need to battle with the drawing hand, as Remco calls it. Christy, appreciate you tuning in, as always. Shout out to all of our members of our YouTube community, The Rail. Oh, ace-king suited for
Wow.
Forey. Mariska, hope you're watching, because here we go.
All in with ace-king suited from the big blind. Tran's going to look back at those cards, perhaps.
Adele.
But I can't see him getting away from this one. Obviously, normally, you're going to be a favorite with ace-king. Only a few exceptions there, but Tran definitely taking his time. This is not a very big shove, but he is going to make the call. Ace-King versus Ace-King. Forey with a better chance to win this thing.
Man, who plays with that rubbish?
Oh, I got
I've got one.
Jimmy Tran knows he's got 2 flush draws, as he points out there. Forey joking that Jimmy Tran plays really bad when he tables the same hand.
This hand, of course, likely to end up in a chop.
Jimmy Tran now also a vlogger, getting the camera out.
Can someone let me know what Jimmy Tran's TikTok page is?
Let's go.
I'm really curious. All right, let's see the flop here.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
3-0.
2 hearts for the South African.
3-0.
Tran has no options here but to chop. No draws live for him. Let's see the turn card.
flat.
It is a jack of hearts.
Wow.
Forey raises his arms to the sky, receives a massive
Couldn't even
double
look
up,
at that.
just shy of 975K.
He's going to take out Tran here.
Tran is eliminated.
Wow.
Nice job.
Less than 1 million chips separating these 2 players, but Forey has the most, and Tran is going to go out here. You saw him there shaking his head. 17th place for Tran. He is able to hit the pay jump getting to 17th place, so $37,000 will be his payout, but certainly not the way you want to go. Can't blame either player for getting their money in there. It just runs out in Forey's favor.
Hey, here's Jim.
South African friends
Good play. Good play.
of Rudolph on the rail there.
That's rough.
Good luck.
I recognize those guys from my day covering the World Poker Tour in Johannesburg. Really fun community, small community in South Africa that comes together and plays
I don't know.
on the, I believe, the Monster Jam
is
Poker
it?
Tour or
What
the
size?
Sunbet Poker Tour.
What is the pot?
You had over 5 million, you had 5.5, and he had 4.7.
No, so 10 million. 10.
Forey indeed up to over 10 million, 10.775 according to our stats, giving him an awesome stack as we are getting in the stage of the tournament now where every single hand has massive implications for your chances to make the final table. Lauren Cloninger at this table now, the short stack with just 6 big blinds. Billy Baxter on 14 bigs and Shannon Fahey on 18. The top 4 stacks still very comfortable.
What a day.
Wow.
What for money?
Got some new chips in play too, I see.
Man, I'm busy.
Looks like million chips, orange chips, bright orange.
No, man. I don't play that.
Fesh has a few of those on his stack.
100,000.
Took away the mountains that he had. Made it look a little bit smaller, but the value is still there. Baxter here looks like he's going to come. Nope. All right, thought he was going to come in with the Jack-10 off, but he folds it.
I guess I'm supposed to tell everybody.
One of the few hands that Cloninger does not want to shove with. 6-deuce offsuit ending up in the muck where it belongs. And as Donnie said, there are the new chips. And of course, the chip leader finds aces. Does this game have any fairness whatsoever, Donnie?
Again on the button for Fesh. Earlier, this is how we saw him get the chip lead. He had aces on the button. Baker woke up with kings in the big blind. The money went in.
I mean,
and here we see him get aces on the button again.
40 here, extremely lucky to,
pocket fours.
to not find a hand.
Okay.
Fahey's going to come along here from the big blind, investing enough to potentially hit a set here with her 4s. 5, 3, 10. 1 card on either side of her 4s. This is not what she was hoping for.
Look at Fesh. Quickly checks behind. Deuce on the turn now. Open-ended straight draw for Fahey, but of course we can see that Fesh has 2 of those outs because he has aces. Fesh is going to bet here this time. No more free cards, he says. The bet is 400K, and Fahey is going to make the call. So
can't blame her here for making the call with the open-ended straight draw. River card, the king of clubs. That's not going to help her hands.
Could save her some money, though. You know, that could be a card where she folds. See what sort of sizing Fesh comes with here. Almost 2.5 in the middle.
That is 800,000.
800K, right about a third pot there.
Oh, wow. She
Fahey makes the call. She's going to see the bad news.
non-believer, Donnie. Potentially putting Fetch on an ace-queen or an ace-jack type hand.
It's only
Yeah, I mean, that king is a good card for Fesh to want to represent.
She did have a ton of outs on the turn.
That check back on the flop by Fesh. Little coy there, but ultimately allows him to be able to get value on the turn and river there from Fahey's fours. Fahey now down to 11 big blinds.
Which I don't think he would have, but I said, he knows I got at least a little card. It's not a face card. So I was fixing to put the money in, and I said, I'm going to fold it. And there comes Chen High.
Considering my other option to reshove,
Everything happens for a reason.
Baxter's just incredible.
Everything happens for a reason, I guess.
I guess I'm on a free roll now. No, I would have opened, he'd have raised with the ace, I'd probably fold.
Free roll.
We're down to the final 16 of this event. We're just balancing tables now. 2 tables of 8.
That's a good point.
Yeah, we did recently lose Jimmy Tran on this table. He was on with Ace King versus the Ace King of Rudolph Forey.
Yes, yes.
Forey ended up making a flush because he had the Ace King of Hearts. Ran out hearts in his favor, and we lost Jimmy Tran.
Yeah.
Here's our new player, Brian Etheridge.
Hey, my man. How you doing, pal?
Not too good, but I'm here.
That's right.
You're still in, Billy. Come on. I mean,
Billy doesn't beat around the bush. If you ask him how he's doing, he's going to tell you exactly how he feels. And what he really needs right now is a double up.
oh yes. Well, Cloninger here might be wanting to put his money in here. He doesn't have very many chips. All right, he does kick in the 9-8 off.
What's up, man?
See if Fesh here wants to continue to leverage his big stack. He's in the cutoff seat with ace-8 off. Here we go, raise coming.
Raise 800.
Cool. 800K.
Call.
Forey wastes little time. Remco, one of the most prettiest hands in the deck. Jack 10 suited, and it's spades. Fahey here with the ace jack off in the small blind. She folds it.
Wow.
Wow, laying it down there.
Was that, Donnie, from your perspective, with 11 big blinds, is that a good hand to take a stand there with?
Yeah, I think so. If she has reads on these players as they have been playing so far, we have seen Fesh. You know, he is opening up, not super light, but he is using his big stack as a chip leader should. I'm not sure I would be too worried with Forey calling in position there, so she might have wanted to get her hand in there, and we would obviously would have saw that a great position for her. Wow. But Fesh here, the aggression, he gets it done. Betting the king 6 deuce flop, Forey quickly folds, and that's that.
Sorry.
The rich get richer. Ron Fetch up to 30.5 million chips.
Thanks, buddy.
Donnie, is this a foregone conclusion that this man is going to win this thing?
I mean, somebody's going to need to stop him.
That's the good news.
Because he's just been
We might need to get security involved here.
on fire.
He is stealing everyone's chips.
Yeah,
It's
that's
been an
true.
exciting
On
and a
Earth.
fun tournament so far. A great
Thanks, pal.
change of pace from a lot of the limit action we've had, a lot of the PLO action we've had. Just a straight-up no-limit hold'em event with tons of all-ins. I'm here for it. I love this. A little reminiscent, Donnie, of the $800 deep stack events. Similar vibe as far as the players playing for life-changing money on a smaller buy-in. Shorter stack, not such a deep structure, which, in my opinion, makes it a lot more fun to watch.
Oh, yeah. Super exciting. And there we see Cloninger all in, ace 5 off. He hasn't really had anything to work with as of late since he doubled up Al Ricobono. But here, getting it in with the ace 5 off. About 6.5 big blinds is the shove.
I can't. Okay, that's fine. Oh, there is.
3 greens.
Thank you. That's fine.
Despite having only Jack-9 offsuit, Fetch still going to take it into account here. Look at the numbers, see if this is a chance for him to take out another player.
Maybe.
Very deliberate player, Ron Fetch. Has to be the betting favorite to win this tournament, but of course, that comes with a little bit of pressure as well. Rudolph Forey cannot sit still. The adrenaline must be boiling over.
Of course. I mean, how can it not be?
This close to.
This one's going to get through.
This close to a 7 or 6-figure payout and a potential payout of $756,000.
That's correct.
Button moves to Al Riccobono here. Cloninger picking up that pot. Getting up to 9 big blinds, so good pickup there, going uncalled.
Maybe chicken guy.
Probably not going to feel too good if you do get called with the ace-5 off, so certainly happy to just take it down. Fesh here just gets another decent starting hand. Pocket 5s. Fesh being the chip leading aggressor that we've seen so far. Expecting a raise here.
The remaining players all guaranteed $37,326 at this point. Next pay jump will be when we reach the final 13. They will then receive $46,000. Things are moving rather quickly today. We started with 29 players, already down to the final 16. 2 tables of 8 still in play. If you're Riccobono here, Donnie, with ace-6 suited, do you want to really tangle with the chip leader?
Tough spot. Probably want to err on the side of caution, as Riccobono does. That said, if Riccobono did fight back with some aggression, I wouldn't totally hate it because Fesh is opening up a lot. He's playing a lot of hands. He is obviously the table chip leader. Probably the one person that Fesh doesn't want to get involved with is you if you're Riccobono, because you are second in chips at the table and you can do some damage. You would also have the power of position there against Fesh, but ace-6 suited is also still a fine fold to take it conservative. Etheridge folds in the small blind. Billy Baxter, he's got the queen-jack suited in the big blind. This can be a defend for sure. He does defend. Fesh made it 650K, so big blind being 300K. Only just over 1 big blind more to call for Baxter. Wow, look at this flop. Ace, Jack, 9. Although Fesh whiffs, Baxter picking up a ton of equity here. And the best hand with his pair of jacks. Check, check on the flop.
Baxter only 3.2 million left at this point. Reaching for the blue chips.
If he does bet here, I would expect that this gets through.
That's a big one.
Oh yeah. What's that, 1.5, 1.6? There you go, 1.5 million.
Almost pot bet on the turn here. The 5s of Fetch shrinking quickly.
Yes.
Lots of Billy Baxter fans in the chat. Good having you all out there supporting the Poker Hall of Famer. 83 years old, still tangling, still battling, and still looking sharp.
Yeah.
As I mentioned earlier, Baxter won his first bracelet back in 1975.
Crazy.
Baxter takes this one down.
That's him, bud.
It's just so important at this stage of the tournament to just keep your stack where it is.
Yep, of course. Can't win the tournament if you're not alive in the field. Baxter there getting some much needed chips. He's up to 5 million now.
No, that's not necessary.
Baxter 150, please. Small blind.
text you.
Fesh here, gonna stay on the accelerator. Can't blame him.
Vernon in the chat is coming with some heat here. He says he's a Vikings fan. He could make another bad decision here. Throwing a little shade at the Minnesota Vikings as Ron Fetch supports his favorite team.
Oh, Riccobono with 2 sevens. I think this is a fine spot to just call, take a flop. Riccobono being 37 big blinds deep. Can certainly play this one comfortably in position. He does call.
You know what they say, Donnie? It always comes 7.
It always comes 7. We'll see if it comes 7.
1-7 folded there by Billy Baxter, so if it comes 7 now, that will be extra special. Six-5 offsuit in the big blind for Cloninger. He has a very short stack, but might be tempted to just see the flop here.
Yeah, harder to see the flop here, though, when Fesh makes it 800K on a 300K big blind. So prices out Cloninger there. Heads up to the flop.
Jack 10, Jack on the flop. Fetch hits it big. And hitting it big also means in many ways that it's harder to make money. Fetch therefore checks immediately, hoping to extract something from his opponent, and he does as Riccobono fires out with his pair of 7s. Donnie, are we just going to call here and try to extract some more on the river?
Could just call here. You know, if you think that Riccobono is going to be betting some draws in position, you might want to check raise with your hand right now. We have seen Fesh check raise a couple times before, so that is certainly in his arsenal.
Yeah.
And that does look like what we're going to see.
Raise 3 million.
3 million is the check raise. And
Is
then
that-
judging by what we've seen from Riccobono, I'm guessing this is going to be tossed into the muck here, but
Is he kicking himself right now for not taking a free river card?
I mean, yeah, probably a little bit, given how the situation played out, but, you know, Riccobono might also want to be denying some equity if Fesh is, you know, if he's got an ace-queen type of hand, and, you know, something that he doesn't want to just give free cards to the overcards and, you know, a possible straight draw.
Riccobono not folding immediately, giving it some thought. And what I like about, oh, he does let it down.
He said, all right, I'll let you bluff me. And Fesh shows it.
It's a friendly show.
No bluff. Does get the information though.
What's that?
Speaking of information, Donnie, the best place to get more information on how to play poker in the most optimal possible way, scan the QR code on your screen right now or to go to gtowizard.com/pokergo. Try it for free for 24 hours or take a 10% discount when you subscribe through our link. Donnie, you're a big-time user of GTO Wizard. Give us a little example of what it is that you can learn from it.
That would have been hard to get away with.
So one of my favorite things that I can do is you can set up different scenarios and you can play against GTO style opponents, computer players that are playing against you. For example, I can be like, I want to play a 30 big blind stack under the gun, and then it'll just constantly feed you that situation over and over again. Like it'll deal you, I don't know, King 8 offsuit under the gun. You click the action and it'll tell you right then and there, this is good, this is bad, this is a blunder, you know, that sort of stuff. So you get real-time results. And you can set situations like that up where you can just continue to play them over and over again, just like kind of like you're playing online poker, although it's just practice. And it's a great way to get a whole bunch of hands in, a whole bunch of scenarios into practice.
Good luck, bud.
I love that aspect of GTO Wizard.
Action folds here to Cloninger, who has ace-3 off in the small blinds, and will be more than happy to just pick up the blinds and antes. Donnie, one of our coworkers Brian Kahunu
Still cousins.
I mean,
is letting us know that he used to work for David Stearns, who's here in the bucket hat.
B minus.
Well, he's
I love it.
either eighth,
Back
ninth,
in
or 10th.
1995, Dave won the Commerce Casino Rags to Riches tournament for over $100,000.
About 22.
Well, that's, I mean, that is rags to riches.
That is amazing.
Solid team, but
Brian told us
quite-
that was the highest payout in the California poker history back then.
That's crazy.
That's all right. Alexander's.
Oh, he was great.
He's a loving husband and father of two.
It's not worth it. Running back, it's just not. The
Great to get those kind of tidbits from
I totally agree. Plus
the people
shelf
watching,
life
in this
is
case
like-
Brian,
Now they-
one of
now
our
they-
coworkers.
now they put 2 or 3.
Fahey here is all in with 2 sevens.
That's, well, and they pay him each couple million. It's
She is all in for just about 11 big blinds, a little less.
Good luck, pal.
How much is that?
Baxter here. Uh-oh, here, ace-king.
Billy Baxter looking down at a
dominant Green Bay
premium
this year,
holding. He's got Fahey covered.
Yeah, he's getting a count on the shove, but
$5 million.
I mean,
probably
that's a
just
pretty
wants
good
to see what the
decision.
ultimate risk is going to be. Can't imagine he's
They're all
losing.
in.
There it is.
Good luck.
Baxter. All of his chips going in the middle as well.
We're going to see an all-in showdown here, but will the blinds wake up with something big here? We know that Fetch has a massive, massive chip lead, so if he finds something playable, we could be looking at three-way action potentially as Stearns looks at 6-4 offsuit, kicks it into the muck. Nothing there for Fetch either,
Heads up. Good turnover.
and we're going to see a classic coin flip situation.
Here we go. Fahey at risk.
Fahey on 10 big blinds. Baxter has her covered by about 6. So this is basically also for Baxter's tournament life. A comeback after losing this one is going to be very tough. And there's an ace in the window with a 7 behind it.
Always comes 7. It always comes 7.
Fahey went from bust
I know.
to doubling up in a matter of seconds there as the dealer fanned out the flop. The 3 and the 9 on the turn and river are not going to make a change to this.
Full house for Fahey. What a swing of emotions in such a small period of time. You see the ace right there in the window, but then that 7 rolls off as the final card revealed on the flop.
220.
Fahey with her set of 7s turns into a full house. She's going to double through the 7-time gold bracelet winner, Billy Baxter,
Second window.
the legend, the Poker Hall of Famer.
That's a dramatic hand. That's a tough one, man. Especially to see that ace first. Yeah.
Sevens have definitely been my hand.
Baxter left with about 5.5 big blinds, so he's going to need to make something happen now.
Small, bring an ante, please.
Yeah, I just flew into Minnesota. I'd never been to the airport. I had to drive to like a small town in Iowa, and that was the best place to fly in. They run they run a clean operation over there.
No, Minneapolis is nicer.
You know when you're flying in and there's that building with all those like weirdly bright lights? Do you know the building I'm talking about? It's like it almost looks like an oil refinery or something out there.
I don't know.
I was wondering what the hell that building was. But yeah, that airport is nice.
I can't listen to music when you take my earbuds.
We're still
It's the
8-handed
hub
here
for
at our
Delta.
feature table. 16 players remaining in the Seniors Championship.
I have to say, the
Actually,
first floor is a lot more
15.
friendly than they
15?
model
We
Lost
did
one?
lose
I'll tell you that much.
Jackie Sue on the outer table.
Really beat down.
Pocket 7s against Ace Jack, so another pocket 7s involved in a flip. Lonnie Hallett hit a jack, or hit an ace on the turn, excuse me, to knock out Ju in 16th place, $37,300 for his finish. We are down to 15 here.
Yeah. Yes.
The pressure is building for the remaining players.
Close.
Being down to 15 means that we are
Where your buddies?
one elimination away from a pay jump.
Oh, yeah.
The final 13 will receive $46,000.
Oh, that's Tony.
Make it the final table in this
Don't act
event.
like I don't know Tony. Everybody knows
We'll make sure
Tony.
you receive at least a $74,000
Well, I
payout.
mean, I don't know if I
Fun flop here, Remco. Blind versus blind. Chip leader Fesh getting a flush draw. He limped the small blind. Forey, top pair.
Crushed that beer for him last night.
Forey
huh?
just going to call this.
You feeling
giving
it
Fetch
today?
a chance to hit his flush.
I had to be 7
Turn card
ounces at
is
least.
the
Of
9
course,
of
I mean,
clubs.
he's the chip leader for a reason, and it's good to be the chip leader.
And Forey wasting no time, betting 500K
Fine, man. Good for you.
after it got checked to him on the turn. He's drawing dead, has just 0% equity.
Fesh has just been constantly check raising.
Is he a friend? He's not really your
Look
uncle.
at Forey, disciplined fold. Well done, sir. Well done.
Very quick, too.
Oh, wow.
Fesh shows it, shows the flush.
Good
Not
fold.
that you should just not believe him, because he's just been making hands left and right, applying the pressure when needed.
It's a funny thing about these chip leaders in massive tournaments, and Don, you and I have covered hundreds of these events. For some reason, getting the cards
You guys have
helps
like a home
you
game and
build
stuff
the
also?
stack,
That's
and then also it
You
helps
don't
you
ever
get
bust
the
each
fold
other's
equity
balls.
because people think that you always have it.
Oh yes, for sure. So a little bit of advertising there with Fesh showing his flush, so maybe next time when he applies the pressure, he might be bluffing, but people give him credit for actually having a hand.
Yeah, no one's name ends in a vowel either.
You know, Al Ricobono does a little bit of
hadn't
pizza
heard that
reviews in the Northeast.
No way.
Yeah, kind of similar to Dave Portnoy, but he travels around, you know, the New York, New Jersey area up there, and often does pizza reviews, and they look damn good.
I mean, I have to say that from watching a lot of the Dave Portnoy pizza videos, I really want to go to New Haven. I've heard that is the place to go.
Oh, yes. Cloninger here is all in. Just about 9 bigs.
About 2.3 or so. I'm just asking.
Something like that.
You don't have to count it. Like about 2-3.
Cloninger, King Queen offsuit, all in for 2.7 million.
There's 3 behind
Nothing
us.
gets by Fesh without him
They're
at
blue
least
chips.
thinking
There's
about
3
it.
blue chips behind
Oh,
us.
behind just behind him.
Yeah,
Three of
just
them.
3. Just
Yeah,
3.
more than you thought.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
You're
Oh,
rich.
You're trying to trap me, huh?
I got millions down here.
There's a whole big blind back
Look
there.
what I found.
In that case, no,
Slick move.
that's pretty slick.
Friendly, jovial atmosphere
Yeah,
here
that was good.
as we are
That's
down
3
to
chairs.
just.
That's how many I need to
15
be able
players.
to sit comfortably. 3 abreast.
I mean, Cloninger not too long ago was down to just 6 big blinds. Has battled his way back up to 11, and Billy Baxter with 5 bigs, probably trying to draw some inspiration from the man on his left.
Yeah, Cloninger doing it without showdown. He shoved the ace-5 off earlier. Here we see him move in with the king-queen off. Gets both of those through. And from where he was, he has just about doubled his stack. 2 all-in shoves, no showdowns, but doubling up.
Fire all in.
Billy Baxter here moving all in. Jack 9 off.
Baxter's going to need a lot of help, and Jack 9 offsuit good enough to get started for him, but Fahey finds King Jack offsuit. She's going to have him dominated if she plays it, but she lays it down for just the 5 big blinds, Donnie.
Man should have his picture.
Rico Bono now 4-3 offsuit. That's likely going to hit the muck. And for Baxter, this is basically a double up.
Oh, yes.
Can you beat it, Billy? Show him the bluff. Break
He
his
can
heart
beat
with a
4-3 at this time.
2 overs?
Shows the 9. Gotta love it.
Billy Baxter picking up some important chips. Donnie, from Fahey's perspective with King Jack offsuit, you know, she doesn't have the biggest stack either, but is that worth a gamble there?
King Jack offsuit is close. King Jack offsuit is kind of one of
birthday
those
boy?
hands where in that situation, you don't want to look down and see it because it's just
I don't
it's
know
like a
about that.
stupid middle ground. You know, you're in the
Happy?
gray area.
Could be
If
his
Baxter
half.
shoving any ace,
You're a
you know,
little
you're
fucker.
behind.
Rough.
It's just not the best holding. So I don't mind.
That's a little rough.
right,
taking
friends.
the conservative approach.
I
there.
could use a walk.
Maybe I just get married to these face guards too easily.
Well, that's something that is
Need
you
some
know
exercise.
troublesome to many players, and it's understandable.
Let us know in the chat if you're one of those people just like me who overvalues hands like King Jack. It's okay. It's a safe space. You can tell us how you really feel.
Stern's here though, the Ace Jack, and we know what that means. You don't hold back.
Exactly. That is how it is. You know, Ace Jack, King 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10. Those types of hands, so easy to get into trouble. Fahey avoids the trouble.
Tom V, we all know what Tony G said about calling all in with King Jack. Get you on your bike right away.
Fahey had Ace 10 offsuit on the button here, decides to let it go. She's really waiting for a better spot.
I am under attack. Let's see if I have any defenses. I do not. I have 50% of a good hand. Nice hand, Tom. You got me. That had me in terrible shape.
Stearns shows it. The Ace Jack suited in diamonds. 40% of a royal flush. You think we're going to see a royal flush this summer?
Thank you for the show. That's very
I mean, I would like to have one per summer. That'd be great. I do notice that in this event, Donnie, we're seeing lots of show and tell. Lots of players showing their cards. A little bit of a throwback to a bygone era.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, the seniors event I think plays a little bit closer to a home game. Not that it exactly is a home game. Of course, these guys are playing for a ton of money in this tournament and the World Series of Poker gold bracelet. All the glory that comes with winning this record-setting event, but the community, within the community that plays this tournament, often very personable with one another. They will show some cards here and there. No one's really out for too much blood in this one.
Very laid-back atmosphere. If you're watching this, and if you're eligible, can highly recommend putting this tournament on your bucket list. And as you can tell from the World Series Poker schedule, there's always tons of events going on in the same week. Fetch raising it up with Queen Jack offsuit. Rico Bono looking down at King 10 suited. $8,180 players in this event. Absolutely insane turnout. Making it this far, already a huge accomplishment. And Billy Baxter looks very interested here. All right, Baxter is going to make the call.
Yeah, King deuce of clubs here. It's fine defend. I mean, I know he is super short, but if he flops anything, just going to go with it here. That's about as disconnected from his hand as possible. I mean, he does have that deuce kind of working as a straight draw, but
Ace of hearts on the turn. Baxter once again with the check. King high, though, still in the lead until
the river.
King.
It's good when you're the chip leader. Things are just going Fesh's way.
What's up, man? Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Billy Baxter throws him into the muck.
Yeah, I'm breaking one of them off.
Yeah.
You guys are going to the other table.
Turn your mics
Oh, we
off.
are? Oh, they knocked someone out?
No, we're moving tables to do we keep them?
Yeah, but just
Gotcha.
turn them off.
Wow, looks like some people already unplugged their mics. We're waiting on confirmation here to see if they are indeed going on a break or whether we're just moving some players around. I believe we are switching tables. If you are a regular watcher, viewer, I should say, of our broadcast, for the integrity of the game, we have to switch tables every time there is a break. So we're going to take a short little break here, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes as we switch tables for player integrity reasons, and then we'll continue with our coverage. See you in a few minutes. All right, here we are back in action. That's quick. Yes, magic. That's what it's called when you switch tables in just about 2 minutes. Looks as though we did not switch tables. All right, cool. Well, I don't mind it. We got Billy Baxter still on our feature table. There was potentially some confusion here as the players took a 20-minute break. We did not take a 20-minute break. We just took a short little 2-minute break to get things sorted out. I've been told there's been some audio issues here right off the top. We're working on fixing those, but luckily our audio is still working. So my name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. We're looking at the final 2 tables of the Seniors Championship. Action folds over to Shannon Fahey. She finds pocket sixes and comes in for a raise. Let us know in the chat how you are spending your Sunday. Clearly, you're watching the stream, but what else you got going on? Would love to hear from everyone in the chat. Cloninger here with ace jack of diamonds in the big blind. Looks as though he might get involved for his tournament life here. Sitting on just 8 big blinds as we are playing 200, 400K with a 400K big blind ante. Ace jack suited, of course, exactly the type of hand you want on a short stack, and he does move all in. Action back on Fahey, who has a decision to make here. This is for a large chunk of her chips as well. Fahey does make the call. We got sixes versus ace jack of diamonds. Once again, time for a coin flip. Once again, with massive implications. We are so close to the final table. If Cloninger finds a double up here, he's going to be right back in it. If Fahey wins this, she's going to be a real contender with 15 players remaining in this tournament. Let's see the flop here. It is ace, 10, 3, 2 diamonds. Absolute gin for Cloninger. Fahey down to just 2 outs to save this big pot for her. It's a jack of spades on the turn. That's not going to make a difference. It is a 6 and a 6 only for Fahey, or else she'll lose a large portion of her chips, and it is a upside down 6. It is the 9 of diamonds. Cloninger takes this one down, and he's right back in it. He was short there for quite a while, but right now he is once again rather comfortable, even though it is still not a massive stack, but 16 big blinds at this stage in the tournament, it's more than you think. Shout out to everyone in the chat letting me know what they're up to. Daniel says it's Monday here. I've just woken up and getting ready for work. Well, thanks for tuning in. Nell Fahey says, cheering on my mom and doing my homework. Thanks so much for watching, Nell. Much appreciated. Hope your mom can make the final table. Wes says, playing a couple tourneys online. Let's go. Wilson says, church in the morning, poker online now. Sounds like a good way to spend your day. Lots of people letting us know that it's already Monday. It's easy to forget how international we are here. What else we got going on in the chat here? Jackie says, watch the Blue Jays win and trying to stay cool. Action folding around quickly. Riccobono to act here. Ace 8-4 of hearts. Probably going to hit the muck. Brent says, editing wedding photos. Thanks for the coverage. Thank you for watching, Brent. We appreciate it. Pappy Van Winkle says, I have a 200-word essay due tomorrow, and yet I'm watching poker. I mean, 200 words doesn't sound like a whole lot. Was it 2,000 words, maybe? That sounds a whole lot more difficult. Joel is watching, says, just left work, watching now. I final tabled yesterday playing at Champions Club in Houston. We love Champions Club. Thank you for tuning in, and good job on the result. Action folds around to Cloninger. Finds ace-queen offsuit in the small blind. He might go back-to-back here. Cloninger moves all in to apply maximum pressure on David Stearns in the big blind. Stearns looks down at 10-3 offsuit. That's an easy fold. And Cloninger wins back-to-back hands. Billy Baxter down to just 2 big blinds right now. It's going to be really tough for the legend to find a comeback. But hey, anything is still possible as long as you have chips. If you're just tuning in, we're having some audio issues coming back from break here, but I've been promised they are being worked out. Etheridge is one of our newer players at the table. We're still down to 15. Action folds to Stearns in the small blind. Finds King 9 offsuit, is going to make the call, and he's going to be the brave man that goes up against Ron Fetch in the big blind. Fetch has been on an incredible streak so far during our broadcast. If you're just tuning in, he started the day by winning aces versus kings and has not looked back since. Has been very, very dominating. Fetch raising it up to 1 million from the big blind here, and that's enough to take it down. And he now chips up to 34.8 million chips. Absolutely stunning display so far. He has 47, Donnie, he has 47% of the chips at this table.
Absolutely crushing. He's been playing aggressive all day. He's picking up hands, making hands, which of course helps, but the aggression as well obviously pays.
Action on Fahey, Queen 7 offsuit. She's going to be looking for a double up real soon. We have 3 players with less than 10 big blinds at this point of the tournament. Fahey on 8, Brian Etheridge on 8, and Billy Baxter on 2 big blinds. Etheridge here, King 10 offsuit. Donnie, that might be the type of hand you want when you're sitting on 8 big blinds, but he does quickly let it go. Action folds to the blinds, and we can tell that as soon as the blinds went up, the play got a whole lot tighter. Seeing lots of raise and takes so far. This time Fetch in the small one makes the call with Queen 3 suited, and Forey will gladly take a free flop with Jack Deuce offsuit. Let's see if this can create any sort of chaos. The flop brings out 2 diamonds for Fetch, a pair of deuces for Forey. We're going to see at least a turn card here. 700K from Forey, and the call is made. Turn card is the 3 of hearts. Fetch takes a commanding lead now with a pair and a flush draw. And again, Forey shakes his head and he's going to make a disciplined fold here. If you're just joining us in the chat, we're covering this event until we have a winner. The goal tonight is to play down to a final table of 6. And then tomorrow we'll play down to a winner. The winner of this event will take home $756,000, which is absolutely mind-blowing. But it's so cool to follow because that $1,000 investment could practically give you a payout well north of 6 figures. If you're enjoying the content, please smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. Let's see if we can hit 1,000 likes on today's video. The goal, as always, want to remind you here, is to hit 500,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. Tomorrow, PokerGo.com will have coverage of the 10K horse event. That event will play down to a final table tonight, as Etheridge here is all in with the ace of diamonds plus a mystery card, but the ace, of course, good enough to get involved in. And Baxter picks up pocket 7, sitting on just 2 big blinds, Donnie. That has to be a must play.
Absolutely has to be. Wow, he gives it up. Does Billy Baxter. And look, he would have walked into aces. Billy Baxter just knows. I mean,
what is going on here? Billy Baxter, 2 big blinds, throws his 7s into the muck, and Cloninger finds pocket aces. Wow. We're going to see an all-in showdown no matter what, and Billy Baxter's going to look real smart, folding his pocket 7s, sitting on just 2 big blinds. Donnie, what's most likely here is that Baxter is thinking, well, this Etheridge guy, he sat down 40 minutes ago, hasn't played a single hand. This might not be the right time for me to take a stand.
There is the all-in from Cloninger.
Stearns finds king 10 offsuit. That, of course, not enough to play, given the all-ins ahead of him. Every other player quickly folding. Etheridge is going to show his cards. Wow. 2 big hands clashing here. Billy Baxter folding 7s. Look at him. A little slight head nod. Very happy to see here that he is not involved in this one. But of course, we could not have faulted him for getting in the mix with pocket 7s. Ace Queen versus aces. Etheridge at risk here, and Cloninger 1 step closer to really vaulting his way back up the leaderboard. Here comes the flop. Oh my God, it's a 7 in the middle. Baxter would have been ripe for a triple up. It is Jack 7-5 with 2 hearts. Of course, doesn't affect the outcome between these 2 guys, as Etheridge is going to head to the rail in 15th place. But Billy Baxter should have known it always comes 7. Baxter missing out on a triple up as Cloninger rakes in this pot to send him back up over to 11.8 million. Not too long ago, he was sitting on just 5 big blinds. Brian Etheridge takes home $37,326, getting eliminated with ace queen versus aces. We're down to the final 14, meaning that we will see a pay jump. The final 14 players guaranteed $37,000. Wow, that was pretty wild. That was pretty wild. Nick Gurr says, scared money doesn't make money, but in this case, a little bit results-oriented as Baxter finds queens.
I mean, the patience pays off here for Billy Baxter, finding an absolute premium holding here with pocket queens. Again, he's only got 2.5 big blinds, so Billy Baxter's probably going to want to get called here. I mean, you got queens, you only got 2.5 big blinds. Somebody put their money in and really allowed me to get some chips back. So far, it's folded around the table.
We've been here before. You realize everyone's rooting for you. I can't win. I might even be rooting for you if I call.
Baxter all in for just over $1 million.
Nice hand, Billy.
I finally picked up a hand. They all went out.
You could beat a 9-3? Oh boy.
Button is right, Julie.
Thank you, dear.
And that's how you double up without showdown if you're that short.
You don't know what just happened. The last hand, he opened ace queen.
Mm-hmm.
I got 2 7s. I folded.
Huh.
He moved in. I triple up. 7.
7 is always the nuts. But the only 2 times that my tournament life's been at risk, this whole thing was with 7s.
Okay, 4 and 4, Billy.
Which I think was a bad fold on my part, considering my stack, but for some reason. Then when he raised with the aces, I was so pleased.
You're big blind, Billy. 4 and 4.
Isn't that the way it goes, right?
Yeah.
Baxter just gets to shove through with queens. Immediately hit in the face by having to pay the big blind and the big blind ante. Final 14 players, the final table gets closer and closer.
Not 900.
Raised to 900.
Fetch raising it up to 900K. Riccobono, every single time he gets dealt a hand, distrusting of Fetch's initial raise.
Gonna ship it there.
No,
Billy.
I didn't have that good a hand.
Wow.
Billy Baxter, Donnie, playing some small ball here.
Waiting for you.
Yeah, he's going to defend with the 10-7 of diamonds. Very nice looking hand. Okay,
And
straight draw for Baxter.
flops an open-ended straight draw.
There it is. A little stop and go action. Look at that.
Donnie, look at this. Only 775,000.
Nice hand.
Wow.
I got a good flop in my hand. I flopped a straight draw.
Straight draw. Both his 10 and his 7 was still alive.
That's about as good as I can
Wow.
get.
If you're Fetch there, Donnie, are you supposed to call?
I'm kind of not surprised to see a call there. I mean, as long as you figure your 2 overs are alive, you do have that 1 club in your hand, 2 clubs on board, so you can hit some backdoor clubs.
Is that wrong?
Could run out 10 jack, you make a straight. So yeah, I think I would take a shot to eliminate Billy Baxter. Good player to have on the rail rather than be in the tournament.
But then again, you could also be handing him more chips.
What are you doing, Minnie?
I'll come back, sir.
I'm in San Jose now. I'm a financial advisor.
Of course.
He's trying to get some new clients here deep in this event because these players will all have some more finances to worry about as the payout is absolutely massive of this event. Just tuning in, this is the Seniors Championship. These men and women are playing for $756,000 up top. That prize will be awarded tomorrow night, which we'll be streaming as well here on our PokerGo YouTube channel on PokerGo.com. It's one of those events that, in my opinion, doesn't get enough attention, and we're very happy to be able to do 2 days of coverage of this event. Tomorrow, the 10K horse, also streaming live on PokerGo. Fetch raising it up with King 10 offsuit. Riccobono finds Ace Queen offsuit on the button. He's sitting on 19 big blinds. Everyone handcuffed by pay jumps, by the potential of making the final table, and by the fact that Ron Fetch is literally controlling this event. Donnie, imagine if something would happen where Ron Fetch gets randomly moved off the table because they need a player on the other table, and then all of a sudden everyone at the table is a short stack.
Yeah, that would be pretty wild. Riccobono is going to take the more conservative line here and just call in position.
10, 1 million, yeah.
What kind of business were you in?
Farmer.
Farmer? What's wrong with that? What kind of farmer?
Vegetable.
And where is it?
It's the Salinas Valley, Monterey area, Monterey County.
Ace, Jack, 9, 3 diamonds on the flop here. Fetch with the king of diamonds. Riccobono with top pair.
Celery, spinach, romaine, butter, red, green, green
You did it all then.
Yeah, 20 items.
and I was partners with the Boscovich company in Oxnard.
Right.
They grew onion king. They grew like 75% of the green onions in the United States.
Right.
And I grew the vegetables, so when they loaded the truck for Safeway, they could have everything they wanted.
A bet of $1 million and a call brings us to the turn where the 6 of clubs hits. The ace queen of Riccobono now with a more commanding lead as we have 5 million chips in the middle.
That's a good life. I like that. Do you ever bet on sports?
I'm sorry.
Did you ever bet football or anything? No, you didn't get it. Good for you that you did.
I used to.
Action goes check, check. King of clubs on the river as Billy Baxter trying to recruit some sports bettors at the table.
Well, that's what I did for late years. Honey, when you get a minute, would you bring me a coffee with cream and 1 Splenda?
It's probably fine here for Riccobono to just check behind, but nope, he's going to ignore me.
Yes.
1.5 million. Going to try and eke out some value here.
I mean, this would be the first significant dent to fetch a stack since we started streaming. Fetch just as a kid, a king on the river, Donnie, but it's not a very good king considering Riccobono's tight play and the credit he's going to have to give him for a stronger hand.
Judging by the way he's acting, I'm not going to say that Fesh will be check raising here, but it would be a great spot to. A lot of blocker possibilities in his hand. Of course, he does have the king of diamonds. That 10 is working to block some straight draws. So if he did want to check jam here, I think it probably gets through against Riccobono. That said, judging by the way he's acting right now, it looks like he's between call or fold.
This is one thing, Donnie, you and I have talked about many, many times, that it is so important to keep your composure on the river, because if you don't, you eliminate one option from your arsenal.
Sick man. You're a sick man.
In this case, Fetch does decide to fold, and Riccobono chips up again.
That said, it also looks super strong if you act that way, and then you do.
Oh my God! Yes.
I mean, that's the
fair enough.
We got
Fair
Billy
enough.
back.
Billy, does he look 61?
He can't play the super singers.
No, he is. He's playing the super singers.
He's too young.
It's his birthday. It's his birthday.
Check his ID.
It's his birthday.
You get to be the young guy in the tournament then at 61. I'm 51, so this is like
I'm enjoying
yeah,
this.
I'm 51, so this is like the first time in I can't remember that I'm like young for a tournament. Like you do not.
Come on, Simon. Blew it for me.
Action back on Fetch, ace-9 offsuit. We've seen him raise with far worse cards. And Donnie, if you're in the situation and your name is Ron Fetch and you have 33.5 million chips in front of you, isn't it the only thing you're wanting to do is to just raise, raise, raise because of the stack sizes?
Yeah, I mean, you're the one that can afford to play aggressive. If it comes down to it, you could take a couple hits here and there, but you can certainly leverage your position at the table, which I think we've seen Fesh has been doing. I think he's just going to continue to do that. Here you see him opening from under the gun with ace-9. Everyone folds, and he takes it down.
In what?
I was just looking at something. Okay, thank you.
We are approaching 1,000 likes on the YouTube live stream. Appreciate everyone out there for tuning in.
It's nice having that king of diamonds.
Let's get us up over 1,000 likes.
Obviously.
Onward and upwards, as they say.
But no go.
Oh.
$1,000 Seniors Championship.
Wait a minute.
No Limit Hold'em here from the 2023 World Series of Poker. A record-setting event. Almost 1,000 entries more than last year's field, if you guys can believe that.
7 of hearts.
The 2023 WSOP has been crushing records left and right. Of course, everything is pointing towards a record-setting WSOP main event. Action kicks off in the main event in about a week, week and a half.
Kathy.
Thank you, sir.
Kathy.
The number to beat in the main event, 8,773 entries. Of course, that came from 2006 when Jamie Gold won it. He topped the field for an enormous $12 million payday. This seniors championship here up top, $765,000.
I'm all in.
Quite the score for a $1,000 buy. And you see Shannon Fahey here is moving all in from under the gun. King, queen off. She's working with just under 6 big blinds. Play folds over to Cloninger. He's got 2 6s in his hand. He gives it up. Stearns also folds. Fesh probably going to toss this 8-3 into the muck. There it goes.
Oh, no, don't touch it.
Oh,
Give me a count.
Forey here obviously wants a count. He's got ace-8 of clubs in the big blind.
It's too much.
Forey there says it's too much. He gives it up. Forey would have had to commit about 45% of his stack or so. Elects to toss his cards into the muck, and Fahey's going to pick that one up.
Play more poker now.
200.
So she's up over $3 million. That leaves Billy Baxter as the only player at this table with a sub $3 million chip stack. He is the shortest stack here. Rika Bono, Cloninger, and Fesh all over 10 million, but of course, as we've talked about very often on this live stream, Fesh is pretty much running away with this thing. Ever since he picked up those aces versus kings of Jamie Baker, Fesh was on the button with the aces, Baker was in the big blind with the kings. The money went in between those two. That happened very early on here on day 4, and since then, it's really been the Ron Fesh show.
Pressure, of course, also mounting for Ron when he realizes that he is this close to potentially winning $700,000. It must come into his mind every now and then, knowing that none of these players right now can hurt his stack.
Yes, of course. I mean, this is, you obviously dream of running deep in tournaments. That is the goal, getting to final tables, final 2 tables, playing for a ton of money. But then the dream within the dream is getting there with a chip stack like Ron Fesh has. And you have control. You are the captain.
Exactly right. And Fahey here all in with ace-10 offsuit in the big blind.
This is a great spot here, 2-3-bet jam. Well done by Fahey, and Stearns gives it up.
Stearns raising a rather large here to 1 million.
Fahey saying she did not expect to get a fold through, but
well, let's try it again then.
That works.
Perhaps Fahey's going to get shoving a bit lighter, since it is not a guarantee she's going to get called despite her short stack. For those asking in the chat, what age do you have to be to enter this tournament? 50. You have to be 50 years old to enter this tournament. Logan says, next year's seniors champ should win 1 million. I mean, if this event keeps growing the way that it is, I wouldn't be surprised if it does reach $1 million payout.
He takes up like all the room at the table. He leans on it.
Looks like we have lost Eric Ritter on the outer table.
I'm like, how are you so smart?
Ritter ran the ace-10 of clubs into Lonnie Hallett's pocket aces. Remco, Lonnie Hallett. You think Ron Fesh has a big chip stack? Lonnie Hallett's got 57 million.
No way. Absolutely no way. That is insane.
Lonnie Hallett. So this table here, feature table, Ron Fesh is running the show. Outer table, it's Lonnie Hallett's show. Okay.
Wow.
He has $23 million more than Ron Fesh.
Wow.
I mean, what is happening?
I take back my earlier comments about Ron Fetch thinking about the win, because he's nowhere close to being home yet. And it also means that the other table and the dynamics there are very similar to those that we are seeing here right now, and potentially even worse because of how many more chips Hallett has at this point. Stearns raising it up, Donnie, to 1.5 million. If 1 million doesn't do it, we're just going to try 1.5.
We're getting larger.
Stearns having a bit of a rough go at it at this level, but sitting on 6.5 million is still in the hunt.
But the table believes that
It's been fun watching them get all these nice spots. It's fun.
5 and 5, bro.
Amy Powell says 2 more years and I'm taking this thing down. That's right, Amy. Go
Let's
get
go.
him. Go get him.
We are up over 1,100 likes in the video. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
Sick.
Please.
I love that.
No.
Don't forget that the final table of this event tomorrow, right here
I have no trash.
on YouTube.
No trash yet.
If you want to get notification when we go live, all you have to do is hit that little bell icon. We got so many great events still to come, but all I can think about right now, Donnie, is the start of the main event.
Can't wait for that one, of course.
10,000 people. Let's go.
I mean, at this rate, yes. It might even be 11,000 people because all these events are just absolutely smashing numbers. I mean, there's still so many big events coming up. Of course, we have the $10,000 horse championship playing down. They're down to the final 2 tables. I think they had 14 players left. When I recently checked it out, Phil Hellmuth is still in the mix, chasing number 17. That one is going to be live streamed on PokerGo tomorrow. We still have the 10K 7-card stud high-low coming up. The 10K no limit deuce to 7 draw. Speaking of Billy Baxter, that's his tournament. He loves it. You got a 10K super turbo bounty. You got a $50,000 PLO. You got a 25K PLO. Of course, we saw Sweet Lou Garza winning more than $1.3 million in the 10K PLO championship. Speaking of record-setting fields, that one, another one of those record setters, 731 entries there. And then on Monday, July 3rd, that is day 1A of the 2023 World Series of Poker main event. The first of 4 starting flights.
Even if you're not in hand, you get to go.
Action folds around to Billy Baxter in the small blind. Finds King 10 of hearts.
You'll see anyway.
Oh, regardless.
King 3 for Cloninger.
If it was 1 million, a pool.
Cloninger just told Billy Baxter he is a farmer by trade. Cauliflower, celery, cabbage, lettuce.
Can I get some of that?
He did it all.
I got a good hand for a change.
Billy Baxter is just hanging around.
I had King
Playing the game.
You would have been in pretty bad shape.
Trying to make the final table here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now he does.
3
Yeah.
point, yeah, around there. I'm give or take a couple hundred.
220, 221, whatever it takes.
Close enough, right? If you're gonna call. Or raise.
As Donnie mentioned, we have a massive chip leader on the outer table. It's going to be very exciting to see that when we combine for a final table, how that seat draw is going to be, as it's almost a guarantee at this point that Fetch and Hallett are going to make that final table. If they're seated close together, that's going to really change the dynamics of this event. For now, though, we are just trying to get closer and closer to that final table.
1.5.
Still 13 players remaining.
Raised to 1 point.
How much?
He raised
1.5?
Yeah, he raised to 1.5.
I made 1,000.
I thought
He's got to make it at least 1.6.
He's got to go to 2.
No, he's got to go to
He's
1.6.
got to
The
double.
first raise was to
I
1
believe you.
million, the second raise was to 1.5 million.
I see it now.
He didn't say raise, did
Would they
he?
have
He
to go
just
to
threw
2?
chips in.
It's 4.
It's
He
400,
increased
so
it
that's
by
enough.
6.
Is it you have
So
like
it
the
has
half
to
that
increase
rule?
by
Or?
6,
Did you
yes.
say raise?
1.6.
I said 1.5. I didn't
Yeah, but 1.6 is the mid.
Well, I know that, but he's wondering if, anyway. You get a
1.6?
Correct, 1.6.
All right, we're all on the same page here. 1.6 million is the 3-bet. Donnie, earlier Stearns open raised to 1.5 million. Now he 3-bets to 1.6.
Extremely small, too, essentially.
Very small.
Folded if I knew it was that much.
Just clicking this back.
Here comes the flop. King 10-6. Of course, when you get involved with King 10, they better put King 10 out there on the flop.
I take it you have more
Your
than
Stearns
me.
here, Donnie. Your hand is so strong, it almost makes you want to check.
There are some draws out there, straight draws, that you might want to deny some equity to. Just bet a little bit on the smaller side. A little flick of the wrist there for $2 million. And Cloninger's tossing that one in the muck.
Nice hand.
You still got the farm? Still farming?
I
Give some to the kids?
work on,
love
I
my
live
ice
on
cream.
the ranch and
I eat ice.
farming part, at least the ranch out.
I thought I was being gutsy to 3 times the raise. You know.
Or was you farmed enough?
Yeah.
Decided to sit on the poetry road.
I did that
I
same
still manage
misclick
to,
yesterday. Like I thought I was doing this like
Yeah.
big raise and
I'm glad I'm not the only one. It's like,
yeah,
well,
no,
okay,
no, I
100.
absolutely did that same kind of
There's
misclick
still water
yesterday.
on the ranch.
How many acres is the ranch?
Stearns was indeed trying to just open raise to 1.5 million.
Well, it's like 300 acres of farm ground that we have, and then we have a couple thousand acres in the hills.
Action on Baxter with pocket fours. Wouldn't be surprised to see him shove here
All right, I'm over.
if he gets the chance to. There it is. Billy Baxter moves all in with pocket fours. Cloninger finds 6s.
We did see him fold 6s earlier, and he does kick those ones in as well. So
Billy Baxter just...
And Stearns gives up the king-jack off, so Baxter has been dodging some bullets here.
I mean, he's on the tightrope. Absolutely on the tightrope. Billy Baxter picks up some chips, once again without showdown.
Oh, we lost another one. Lost Dave.
It's 12.
Sounds like we've lost a player on the outer table. David Michaud eliminated in 13th place.
No.
Takes
they're
home
five.
$46,000. He was all in with ace-jack offsuit, ran into the ace-queen offsuit of Gordon Eng. No help on the board, and Michaud is our 13th place finisher, meaning we now will have 2 tables of 6, and one of these players will get moved to the outer table. If that happens to be Fetch, we know we might be seeing a big clash of chip leaders on the outer table. We're just waiting to find out which player will leave this table. Gordon Eng, meanwhile, back up to 8.8 million. Has had a bit of a rough go at it. Was up to 12 million earlier today. If you're just tuning in, this is the 1K Seniors event. We are playing down to a final table of 6, most likely, and then streaming that final table tomorrow for you here on our YouTube channel. If you enjoy the coverage, please smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. do let us know what you are eating, drinking. Let's have some fun with that. Donnie, I had a, what was it called again? Now I forget the name. It was a Swiss croissant or something? I'd never heard of it.
A Swiss croissant or something.
Yeah, I'll show you a photo. I'd never heard of this before. It looks like a chocolate croissant.
Okay.
But it was a Swiss croissant or Swiss pastry, whatever they want to call it. Never heard of it before. But apparently, it was filled with vanilla and chocolate cream. Wow, phenomenal stuff. All I eat is pastries, in case anyone is wondering. Shannon Fahey is moved off the table. That means we are now down to 2 tables of 6. Wow, Christy says, I had a porterhouse steak for dinner. I haven't had steak in so long. I'm just going to text my fiance and say we have to go for steak.
I would like a steak.
Stearns finds ace-10 offsuit. He's going to raise it up. Makes it 1 million. Don, do you think we're going to see play tighten up here a little bit, knowing that we are once again approaching a pay jump and also getting that much closer to the final table?
Yeah, but I mean, I think play's been kind of snug overall. I mean, we have seen some clashes, but it's generally come from big hands clashing. So I think it'll pretty much just be the status quo going forward. I mean, this would be a good time for Fesh to really ramp up the aggression. You know, he has been on the more aggressive side among this field, but now the players know that they're down to 12. They know there's 2 tables of 6, so the blinds are going to be coming around a lot faster. And if I was Fetch, you know, this is when you really pick it up. You have such an advantage with that stack. You know, these other players, I mean, they're going to have to pick up hands. You could pretty much just make it 1 million every single time and not even look at your cards. And then if someone plays back at you, go from there, you know?
The next player eliminated will receive $46,000, and then it is time for the next pay jump up to $58,000. Stearns finding some hands, raising it up with 9s here, as Rudolph Fourie hasn't had anything going for him ever since his double up where he knocked out Jimmy Tran. Fourie folded himself all the way down to 4.5 million, hoping for his patience to get rewarded later on. Fourie now sitting on 11 big blinds.
Player all in.
Wow, Billy Baxter moves all in from the big blind with ace-queen offsuit. Stearns has pocket 9s.
I'm probably going to tell you that.
He's going to want an exact count.
About 3.6.
Huge spot here for both players. Baxter with a chance to get back in it. Stearns with a chance to eliminate the Poker Hall of Famer.
I get nothing.
3-5-7-5.
Rudolph Fourie complaining to his rail about not receiving any good cards.
Yeah. Is only in I think the core.
I think Stearns is going to have to call this one here. I mean, the 9s is a little bit too good of a hand. About a minute and a half here in the tank for Stearns.
He has the chips ready there in his hand to make the call, by the looks of it. What are we calling here, Donnie? 2.5 million to win 7.7.
Yeah, and you get the chance to knock someone out. Get this field down to 11.
Get to tell your family that you busted Billy Baxter potentially.
That's right.
Stearns indecisive here. Over 2 minutes in the tank. We've not seen any decision making of this kind at this event.
Okay, let's go for it. Good luck.
There it is. Let's go for it. Little fist bump between Stearns and Baxter, and it's a flip.
Once again, a big coin flip here. Billy Baxter's tournament life on the line. Let us know in the chat what you're rooting for, ace or a queen or maybe a 9. Stearns probably has family watching as well. So it's not just the Baxter fans with a rooting interest here. 7.7 million in the mix, in the pot here, Donnie. If Baxter wins this, he's way back in it. King 7-6. Great flop for Stearns. Backdoor clubs, an ace or a queen or a backdoor straight is what Baxter is looking for. Turn card. 6 of clubs. Okay, 13 outs now. Billy Baxter, 30% to double up. If he doesn't hit, he's going to be eliminated. It is running clubs for Billy Baxter.
Make sure this doesn't look like 3 million.
What's this one too?
The Poker Hall of Famer receives a big double up.
See what it is? Let me see what it is.
20 minutes ago, he had 2 big blinds.
How much is it?
3,500,000.
Right now, 7.7 million.
Yes, sir.
Billy Baxter keeps the hunt for bracelet number 8 alive.
Wow. Runner there. Gets it done.
Wow.
How much now? Sorry about that. Oh, hey, no problem.
Fist bump before the hand and after the hand.
Thanks, Andy.
It's a friendly game of poker here in the Seniors Championship.
Yeah, hey, I get it. Me too.
There's some things you can't do nothing about.
Wilhelmid, of course,
200.
has the most bracelets. He has 16, but there are not that many in that rarefied air where Billy Baxter belongs. He has 7, tied with Men the Master. Eric Seidel has 8. Johnny Moss has 9. And then we have Johnny Chan, Doyle Brunson, and Phil Ivey on 10.
I'll come play this game.
Brian Rast and Sean Deeb recently won their 6th World Series of Poker bracelet. There's plenty of young players, and by young I mean not eligible for this event, that are charging up the ranks as far as bracelets go. Benny Glazer now has 5, John Monette now has 5, Josh Aryeh and Brian Yu now also have 5. Those 4 players all won bracelets at the WSOP this year. Nick Schulman got his 4th this year. So did Jeremy Osmus.
No, Jeremy got his 6th.
Sorry, that hasn't even been updated yet. Osmus already got his 6th. That's incredible. And of course, Osmus also doing it in a very short time span. Did not need as many years to get to 6. X Zol says, bracelets don't mean as much when there are 100 to win them in, not like the old-timer totals. Well, I'll counter your argument by saying, back in the day, there was fewer than 100 players in each event. So, far easier back then to win a bracelet, Donnie.
Yeah, I mean, that's the counter argument, so, you know, they pretty much cancel each other out. I mean, for example, Billy Baxter's first bracelet, 7 entries. I mean, so, you know, you can say that there's a lot more now, yes, but you have a lot more entries in the field. So
All in. Player all in.
Cloninger moves all in for 7.4 million.
Go tilt on tilt with aces.
Of
right
course,
now.
effectively putting Stearns at risk.
He threatened you.
I was just hoping.
Well, I thought you'd look at one when you said that.
That's correct.
No. If I had won, I'd be in there already.
You've been in trouble. You're happy you don't have it.
Really.
Stearns now the short stack after that big clash with Billy Baxter. He's sitting on 11 big blinds. Rudolph Forey in the same spot, also on 11 bigs. Billy Baxter, comfortable, 21 big blinds. He must feel like he has a million big blinds at this point.
of course, you know, when you're nursing, what, 2, 3, 4, 5 big blinds, you get up over 20. I mean, you feel like the chip leader.
If you're still with us, please hit that like button. Let's get to 1,500 likes on the video. And we are 191 subscribers away from hitting 430,000. So that's my new goal. I'm going to try to convince 131 of you watching right now to hit that subscribe button and to join our massive army of poker fans.
Wait, 2 minutes still.
To join us for the ride as we are
No,
trying to provide you with the best poker content in the entire world. Daily clips, highlights, streams, whatever you want, we have it. Donnie, I'm working on something really cool.
What's that?
In August,
Okay.
which is usually the quietest month for poker, let's be real. After WSOP, everybody sort of goes into like their summer withdrawals, maybe
Yeah,
hibernation, maybe sees the sunlight after 6 weeks of poker action. I'm working on a month long of throwback content on our YouTube channel. We're talking like old stuff. We're talking about putting some stuff out there that is no longer even on our Poker Go channel. So
I like it.
A month long of throwback action on our YouTube channel. That alone is also worthy of a subscribe on our YouTube channel. All right, action folds around to fetch in the small blind. He knows that Forey has been extremely tight.
Call.
Doesn't decide to attack him, just makes the call.
Check.
Forey just decided to check. He could really use a pot here, but is Fetch going to allow him to steal one, perhaps?
Anyway, this might.
Action goes check, check. Here it is. Fetch going to try to take this one down. It's really interesting, Donnie, how Billy Baxter seemed so comfortable folding his way all the way down to 2 big blinds. And Rudolph Forey, sort of on the opposite side of the spectrum, seemingly a little frustrated with how things are going.
Yeah, of course. Every player approaches every situation differently.
Good fold.
But Forey is, you know, he's fine. He's got 9 bigs, you know. It's not the best of it, but it's not the worst of it. He gets a double up. He gets a shove through. He's going to be just fine.
Baxter 10-9 suited. As I mentioned earlier, one of the prettiest looking hands in all of poker.
Raise 1.1 million.
Baxter now with some chips in his stack, so he's able to play this one. Comes in with a raise, 1.1 million. We have seen these larger sizings from Baxter when he does come in with a raise. Stearns here, ace queen off. He hasn't been able to get much going for him. He's got 11 big blinds in his stack, so good spot here for him to 3-bet jam. And he folds it. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
I'm all in.
They're all in.
Queens for
It's
Forey.
dance, baby.
How much is it?
Wow. Forey
1, 2, 3.
has been waiting for a while and then finds queens.
3.3.
That is, of course, what you were hoping for on the short stack.
And can you believe Stearns there just, he should have 3-bet jammed this, so he's dodged an incredible bullet. I mean,
wow. It really seems like this event, above all the other ones that we've seen so far, really bringing out the best in these players as far as reading the hands of the players they're not up against. Baxter earlier folding sevens when aces were behind him. This time it's queens.
All right, go ahead.
I'll show you anyway.
Nice hand.
What is that?
Ladies.
Queen.
Before he shows his queens.
Why? I'm playing like
For his wife there on the rail on the left.
now if you're Stearns
doing this for
and
fun.
Forey
Now it
just
doesn't
showed
look
the
like
queens, you're like doing cartwheels inside.
You feel like you doubled up, basically.
Yeah.
4 and 4, please.
Patience.
Thank you.
Well, I thought maybe he's got a pair and you have to go.
Nice hand.
Thank you, sir. Discipline.
Ace queen here for Cloninger. I mean, I'm not going to make any sort of guesses anymore about how these players are going to approach these hands. What I can tell you is that we are down to the final 12, 2 tables of 6. We are approaching the final table in this event. We're also approaching 431,000 YouTube subscribers. Right now, only 140 away from hitting that beautiful number. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We very much appreciate it. Donnie, question for you here. Charles is asking, any tips for the Colossus tournament? I'm playing on Friday. It's my first WSOP experience, and you, Donnie, as a Colossus specialist.
That's right, baby.
What
I cashed once.
What do you have to say to Charles?
I mean, take it easy. You know, $400 buy-in, massive field. You might be 10-handed to start, and if you are 10-handed at your table, then understand that you're probably going to need to have your ranges tighten up a little bit because there is one more player that's going to have some cards at your table. Identify, you know, who's at your table that is possibly taking a shot for the first time, and you can probably leverage aggression against those players.
Don't worry.
You know? And honestly, just enjoy it. Play your game. Whatever your game might be, just play it. Don't be too concerned about being on the WSOP stage and you know, chasing a bracelet and all that sort of stuff. Worry about that when you get to like day 3, okay? Day 1, just try and accumulate, make it to the bag, and then go from there.
Yeah, but you get a percentage.
Nice starting hand here for Fesh. Pocket 10s.
You can die at 50.
1.5 million. 3.75x.
You must ask her what the October arrangements this year. It's crazy. So we're going Ibiza, Boiti, we're going Rapi, Rome, Namibia. Well, up with that. So I just want to get. So we would have been off to last.
That one gets through for Fesh.
Over.
Candace says, it should be a rule this year at the WSOP. If you catch the Brunson 10 deuce, you have to play it. I feel like a lot of players have been, actually.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to play it, play it.
We've seen lots of players make reference to Doyle Brunson whenever they get dealt 10 deuce. Of course, a very strange feeling. The first ever World Series of Poker without Doyle Brunson's presence, whether that presence is online, through social media, or of course in person, playing the events. Doyle had not been active on the tournament scene in quite a while. did make that deuce to 7 final table with his son a couple of years ago, which was, of course, an iconic moment as Baxter here raises it up to 1 million, and Stearns goes all in with ace king offsuit. Baxter had just been chipping up a little bit.
They're missing me.
All right. And then has to fold twice to a shove. That's going to really hurt his stack.
That is correct.
So we got a $500. So we got a big
250,
poker tournament in Joburg.
What's that?
We got a big poker tournament at the moment in Joburg.
Got it.
Oh, yeah?
And they're showing the stream of this table in the poker tournament.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Cool.
You hearing that, Donnie?
You got fans of the whole country.
Yeah.
We're live in Johannesburg on the big screen.
Let's go.
Inside the poker room. Big shout out to everyone watching from Johannesburg.
Yeah. Like, they'll raise me.
Well,
Much love to all the entire South African poker community.
Well, I have to now.
Everyone, of course, rooting for Rudolph Fourie, who is on his way to potentially making history here, raising it up with king-queen offsuit, 1.1 million. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, Fourie just shy of 600K in live tournament earnings, 14th on South Africa's all-time money list. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but a win today would vault him into the top 4 in South Africa. And of course, a bracelet would be an epic result. Fetch in the big blind is going to defend here. Fourie has been quiet for a while, then found queens, did not get called on his shove, but it added both some chips and some confidence to his play. And there you have it, a king-high flop. Fourie with the best kicker against Fetch.
All in and a call.
Wow, all in and a call here, and all of a sudden,
here we go.
We have a massive clash.
King queen.
Fourie for a second there thought he was in trouble, but he is well ahead here with a great chance to double up. All he has to do is fade an 8. 12 million in the middle. Donnie, what a dream scenario for him.
A hold against the chip leader, though.
Turn card, 4 of clubs. 3 outs for Fetch. Is it going to be there?
Come on, baby!
Diamonds.
What do I what do
A
I-
cheer heard all the way down in South Africa.
A kiss for the wife, a few high fives for his friends on the rail, and Rudolph Fourie rakes in a massive double up. He now second in chips at this table.
4,500,000.
Donnie.
Fourie is 57 years old, out of South Africa. Lists his greatest
4,775,000.
accomplishments outside of the game, his children and his wife.
575.
Back to 10. Whatever.
Back to 10, a little conservative. It sounds like he's up to 12.
Oh yeah, plus a big flop. Yeah.
Nice hand.
That's a huge double there
I really
for
thought you flopped 2 pages.
Fourie. And honestly, really the first time that we've seen someone put a chink in the armor of Fetch. I mean, he's been running over the table, winning pretty much all the pots that he's been involved in, especially the ones that get a little bit larger. But
Small's 250.
there, Fourie's able to hold, able to get that double up, and we'll see how Ron Fetch responds now.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
One of the biggest pots we've seen at the feature table so far. Still down to the final 12. Rico Bono just surviving at this point, sitting on 8.8 million, 17 big blinds. Relative to the other players at the table, that is just fine. And Billy Baxter finds a good hand again, ace-queen suited. The last 2 times he raised, he had to fold to a shove.
Raise 1.2 million.
I don't think he's going to do that with ace-queen suited. Turns with queen 8, gives it some thought on the button, but that is likely going to end up in the muck. Fetch, queen 3 offsuit in the small blind. Lays it down. Action now on Fourie. Pocket 4s in the big blind. Let's see if he comes along here to see a flop, potentially.
1.2.
Yeah, good spot here to defend.
Okay.
I know Baxter does tend to go a little bit on the larger side with his opens, but Baxter now does have enough chips in his stack that he's probably fine to defend here. Try and hit a 4 and stack Mr. Baxter.
King 10-8 on the flop. No pair for Baxter, but looks troublesome for Fourie. Hard to continue with 4s on a flop like this.
Bet 1.5 million.
Baxter fires 1.5 million, and that is enough to take it down. Baxter, once again, chipping up, putting himself in a great spot to make the final table. 7.4 million now in his stack. Fetch had 100 big blinds not too long ago, now down to 60 big blinds.
Still very, very healthy, though, for Fetch.
Ace-5 off for Baxter. I'd love to see him continue with the aggression here. Does decide to lay this one down. Fetch going to get dealt pocket 4s on the button. The kind of hand we've seen him raise many times before, and he's going to just decide to call here. We're playing 250K, 500K with a 500K big blind ante. Riccobono in the big blind with ace-5. Let's see if he's going to try to take this one down without showdown, but he just opts to check.
Yeah, don't need to get too crazy here with your hand, having to play against the chip leader at the table out of position.
Queen 10-10 on the flop. Fetch, as expected, trying to take a stab here. He's been displaying aggression at the right times many times before. And Riccobono makes a face of like, what am I supposed to do here? And that face is not the face of a man who's going to continue in this hand. Decides to let it go. And Fetch, you know, just going to pick it up here with a pair of 4s.
Nice.
Nice flop from you. You enjoy it?
That's exactly the way our other hand.
Christie says, I love how fast they play. Yeah, in general, the pace of play has been really fast.
Yeah. If you had to hit a 10.
You just happen to have the 10 drive.
Yeah, exactly.
Ron Fetch there,
Now, if I hit a
66
7,
years old.
Was it 3?
Trouble.
How much? 5.
Was born in North Dakota, but currently resides in San Jose, California.
Scary for you. For me, I know what I got, which isn't much.
He's a Minnesota Vikings season ticket holder.
Wow.
Hence the hat there. Also enjoys walks with his wife and 2 dogs. He's got 2 golden doodles. Beautiful dogs, if I do say so myself. As we've heard him talk about throughout today's live streams, he's, talked a bit about finance stuff. He is a financial advisor.
Speaking of favorite sports teams, always one of my favorite questions in the chat. Which one of the teams you support winning the title would mean the most to you? Let us know in the chat. Donnie, you've had so much good run with your sports teams. At this point, who are you rooting for the most to win a title?
Celtics.
You already had one in your lifetime.
Yeah, I know, but I would like another one.
Blind battle here between Riccobono and Baxter. Just a limp pot. Baxter happy to see a free flop here with 8 deuce offsuit.
Wish me luck. I'm back to fumes again. Still in.
Our chat moderator Russell says lifelong Steelers fan.
Yeah.
Good. They've had some success.
Yeah, one of the most storied franchises in the NFL.
Well, this one was like 50.
Riccobono checks, and Baxter's going to be like, you know what? Probably can't win this hand showdown, so let's just fire at it. 600K goes into the middle, and Riccobono gives it up.
I mean, they all add up here, Donnie.
Well, no, for sure. I mean,
Billy, I can't beat
you. Got to take advantage when you can.
So many NFL teams in the chat.
I don't remember.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
good luck.
Jason says the Knicks, because they're the only team I root for not winning in my lifetime. I'm 42. Please, go Knicks, go. I actually would like to see the Knicks win the title. That'd be kind of crazy to see how New York City would absolutely explode.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care for them winning a title, but I do want them to like make a run deeper in the playoffs than they have been running in the past recent years. But just because like you start seeing the rabid fandom that comes out of New York City for the Knicks is just out of control. There is nothing like it. You love to see those videos. Bing bong, baby.
The Knicks. Great video.
Apt 420 says the Utah Jazz. I mean, I don't ever want to see the Utah Jazz win a title. That does nothing for me.
I'm going to stack it for you, too.
And I had a good hand.
Cloninger receives a walk here with the beautiful-looking Jack 10 suited.
Okay, I like
Here's a look at PokerGo Play. Go check it out, PokerGoPlay.com. Get in the game right now.
Now, look, once I get
Yeah, the new social poker game from PokerGo, offering a revolutionary experience and innovative gameplay. PokerGoPlay.com.
Major Lee with a $2 donation. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Looks like we have lost David Allison on the outer table, 12th place, $46,600. Pocket fives up against Dan Heimiller's Ace King of Hearts. Dan Heimiller just flops the joint. Queen Jack 10, Broadway. Turn and river are safe. We lose David Allison. Now down to 11 players.
I mean, like, I've seen you more than anyone.
Cloninger here, he continues to get pocket sixes.
Yesterday. I mean, you've been covering scenes exclusive.
I was here this time. I was waiting for you to be ready.
Nice hand to play you back home.
How's Chad?
Lauren Cloninger, 75 years old, farmer out of Salinas, California. Enjoys fishing and hunting when he's not at the poker table. He's got 2 daughters, 6 grandchildren.
No. Listen.
Yeah.
And a wonderful partner named Judith. Shout out to Judith.
Forey is going to just stick to his strategy of waiting for the good cards, and at this point of the tournament, that seems like a very solid strategy. As
I thought his strategy was just talking to the rail.
That
seems like it's all he's been doing is talking to his rail.
Getting up, moving around.
Is that a tell? You know, like when he finally stops talking to the rail, when he looks at his cards, you just know he has something.
That's hilarious.
Might be giving some stuff off there. Mariska, if you're still out there, you might want to tell your dad he's giving off some tells. We're on to him here in the booth.
What's up? Tell Will to stop texting the wrong Al, please. He texts me every time he wants to text you.
I mean, Al Riccobono is like the perfect Northeast poker person. This is how they all are.
Not quite. But I like it. I like the way you think.
Yeah, yeah. No misery.
I just saw him this morning. I didn't recognize him.
Who will?
Looks like he lost 250 pounds.
Action folds to Cloninger with ace-9 offsuit.
I don't know.
Might be good enough for a raise here from the cutoff.
There it is. I like this.
Gotta keep
1.2 million.
Gotta keep picking up those blinds and antes.
We get bathroom breaks every 15 minutes. It's awesome.
That's what I call raise.
You're like 65, right? Why aren't you play? This is day 4.
Action folds around and Cloninger takes it down.
Is it final job? Well done, boys.
What happened?
Final table.
Oh, it is?
Oh, wow.
Who said that?
You don't put 11
Eamon, Mostafavi.
Okay.
Eliminated in 11th place. Dan
Are we playing 10
Heimiller
or are we playing
doing
9?
it again.
Playing team.
This time Dan Heimiller's got the
Should we
Queen
find
9
out
up
before
against
we
the
deal?
Jack
Yeah,
3
please.
on the Jack 9-3 all diamond flop. So Mostafavi flopping top and bottom pair. Heimiller's got Queen 9, so second pair with the Queen of Diamonds in his hand for a flush. Our turn is the 10 of Diamonds, River, the Ace of Clubs, and Mostafavi out in 11th place for $58,700. 10 players left.
It's a lot of fucking
As
old
you've heard
people,
these
man.
players talking about it now, they are going to combine
10 is a terrible
at one table of 10.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break as we get ready for final table action. 10 players remaining. Lonnie Hallett in the lead with 44 million. Dan Heimiller still in the mix with a massive 31 million chip stack. Billy Baxter also among the 10 finalists, and so is Shannon Fahey. We'll return with the final 10 and play down to the final 6. So this night is far from over. Stick with us. We're going to be right back for continued coverage of the 1K Seniors Championship. Welcome back to the 2023 World Series of Poker. It's the final table of the 1K Seniors Championship. We are down to 10 players, playing down to 6 today. My name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. We quickly had some dinner, and we are ready now for the crucial stage of this event. The payouts get larger and larger as we approach that first place prize of $765,000. Fahey all in and at risk potentially versus Riccobono. She shoved with Queen-9 offsuit. Riccobono looking down at Ace-Queen. Fahey all in with Queen-9 offsuit. Donnie on the very first hand for $4.4 million. It's quite a big shove here under the gun. +1. No, under the gun. Yeah, she's under the gun. This is for the majority of Riccobono's chips as well.
Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second.
Tough spot here for Riccobono, but I think he's going to have to call, or could, you know, reship to try and get this heads up.
Oh, wow.
Gives it up. Ace-Queen is not a hand the players want to play today. Saw Stearns fold it earlier. Now we see Riccobono give it up.
Potential tournament saving fold as it pertains to Fahey.
Somebody, one of the two didn't. My guess is
Stearns lays down from the small blind. The big blind folds as well. And Fahey picks up a really, really significant pot here on the very first hand of play. She came into this final 10 as the short stack. David Stearns tied with her right around the 4 million mark. This hand, of course, is going to give her a little bit more life as she is now paying for the big blind and the big blind ante. Speaking of those payouts I just mentioned, the final 10, all guaranteed $58,744. The final 9 will get $74,000. The payouts are in the description of this video, so please go check those out. If you're tuned in right now, let us know where you're watching from. Enjoying some breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Perhaps a good beverage here on this Sunday night. It feels like the night for a nice glass of wine. But I'm just going to stick to my Diet Cokes. Just had some noodles for dinner. Life is pretty good. And I get to watch some high-stakes tournament action here. As we also, Donnie, get our very first look at Lonnie Hallett, the tournament chip leader, 44.3 million chips.
The Avenger,
oh,
as he calls himself, 54 years old, out of Canada. He's a farmer. He's married. He's got a grandson with another one on the way.
Wow.
So shout out to Lonnie Hallett's family.
That brings our total to 2 farmers.
Yeah, two farmers. Lots of farmers here.
Lauren Cloninger, also a farmer.
Oh, Julie's back.
By the way, Donnie, in his absence from the feature table, Dan Heimiller chipped up from 6 million to 31 million.
Oh, wow, here he comes. Mr. Heimiller.
Former winner of this event.
They don't have, they only have 9.
Got it.
9.
It's the things he says.
We got Robin Cloninger in the chat, says, watching from Salinas, go Lauren.
So I can see
There you
her
go.
put a microphone on.
Love it when friends and family are in the chat.
Yeah, what's your relation?
What's the blinds?
500.
500.
Oh, yeah. I just saw that.
Raise. 1.4.
Hallett raising it up with King 6 suited. Hallett from Canada going up against a largely American final table. Of course, we have Fori from South Africa also representing.
Let's go!
Hallett takes down his first pot at this final table.
Button move.
Robin says he's my dad, so we have Robin Cloninger watching from home, supporting her dad. Mariska Forey is also supporting her dad from the chat.
Yeah.
Tensions of course very high here. ICM implications probably going to rule the style of play. For those new to poker, ICM, the independent chip model, basically handcuffing players that aren't the shortest stack as it pertains to them risking their chips. ICM says you should not risk all your chips when there's players shorter than you, unless, of course, the situation is so favorable that you can really get something, you know, truly beneficial out of it. But in this case, anyone in that mid-range, I would say, you know, Gordon Eng, Lord Cloninger, Rudolph Forey, Billy Baxter, Al Riccobono, those stacks are all looking at the short stacks to bust out first, because that could mean they make a whole lot more money at this final table without having to do anything themselves. Meanwhile, Hallett raising it up with aces. Fetch looking down at King 6 of spades. Fetch has been used to being the big stack for many hours now. All of a sudden, he's a nobody again.
Oh, wow. Fahey here, 2 kings.
Wow. Aces versus kings on one of the very first hands of final table play.
Wow, here we go.
Fahey at risk with kings. Heartbreaking situation.
Play the whole thing, and it always comes down to like the two that just find themselves in the middle.
Come on, truer words have never been spoken. Kings versus aces. Fahey versus Hallett. Oh, king in the window.
Yeah. In the window.
King in the window, a 10 and a 7 behind it.
2 spades.
Backdoor spades alive for Hallett.
Hard to make any money.
But let's be real here. Hallett can afford this. He is a massive chip leader. 3 of clubs on the turn eliminates any backdoor draws. Fahey now only has to fade an ace. River card, let's see it. It is the 3 of hearts. Shannon Fahey
My husband's a basketball
starts the
coach,
final
guys,
table
so
with a
he-
big double up.
That's
Wow.
That's offense, coach.
Yeah.
That's not defense.
This, Donnie, this day of streaming has not been born.
Good D got her the ball.
Lonnie Hallett
Good D got her the
still
ball.
chip leader after losing this hand.
That was 20,000 followers.
Thank you.
Don't worry, we're rooting for you.
Billy Baxter pointing out the pay jump, Donnie. Of course, everyone's aware
Even, like,
of
put a
the money at risk.
Easy there,
It was right
It was
there
a
in
half
the
court
doorway.
shot.
First thing I saw.
Yeah, I see.
You were saying at the other table, you can't win these kind of things without getting
At
it
least-
bad and coming out good
I
once.
think at least 3 bad beats. This tournament, so probably at least 5 bad beats.
That was literally my first one face up where I didn't go in ahead.
You don't think you had ever had a bad beat on coin
No,
flips?
no. When I was face up, I only had my hand. This is that my tournament life was at risk. This is only the 3rd time. 4th. I forgot what over there. Before that table. My
Get
bad.
a black coffee in the water.
And I'm going to take a,
Shannon Fahey, 51 years old,
1.4.
I want to call
residing in Emerald Hills, California. I believe she's the youngest player remaining,
last cup I had.
although we don't have the age on Gordon Eng.
I mean, she's a rookie in this
I
event.
walked around 2 hours before we brought it.
Her greatest accomplishment outside of poker, understandably so, her 3 kids. She's been married 25 years this year. She lists her 3 kids in 13 months. So I'm assuming 2 of them are twins.
Oh, wow.
2 are 21, 1 is 20.
Hallett, meanwhile, downgrades from aces to kings.
Oh, he's a...
Does she know the action's on her?
Somebody needs to tell her.
Action on Fahey, 10-7 offsuit. Hallett looking to recoup the losses from the previous hand.
Thinking about them 3 kings.
All players distracted by the cocktail server.
Same thing.
Oh, my
wow.
God.
What is happening at this table?
They got these bigger ones. That's for the Fiji.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're not watching a highlight reel. This is a live stream. Wow. Rico Bono all in with queens. Hallett shows kings. Donnie, we know why this guy is the chip leader. He just keeps getting good hands.
Same guy at the Kings.
Lonnie Hallett, kings versus queens. Is his big pair going to hold up this time? Or is Rico Bono going to find a double up? Rico Bono looking for a queen.
Lady Lucky says, will he find it?
Is it going to be there? 9-7-6. It is not, but backdoor diamonds still alive. A chop is still possible as well with a straight. Besides that, Rico Bono looking for a queen, and a king on the turn is going to end it. Al Riccobono fought hard, battled back from a short stack, but ultimately his tournament run ends in 10th place. Lonnie Hallett recoups the losses from losing with aces just one hand earlier.
Cooler there for Al Riccobono. $58,744 is the payout for Al Riccobono, but that one is going to sting, running 14 big blinds with queens into the chip leader's pocket kings. One hand after the chip leader gets aces and gets them cracked. I mean,
unreal.
This day has been insane.
And Riccobono wasn't even one of the short stacks. So everyone, of course, happy to receive a massive pay jump here. By the way, if you're enjoying the content, please smash that like button and subscribe to our channel. We are only 93 subscribers away from hitting 431,000. It'd be awesome if we could hit that.
Let me see what I
Players are realigning here a little bit as we go from 10 down to 9.
Guaranteed $74,464. Lonnie Hallett, farmer out of Alberta, Canada. 30% of the chips in play, nearly 100 big blinds.
Yeah. With you too? You okay with your shuffler?
Just a crazy couple of hands if you're Hallett. You lose with the aces against kings. You get kings the next hand. Wow. Somebody finds queens. You hold up. I mean, jeez.
Now you get a microphone.
Yeah. Because of my age.
I said now he gets a microphone.
No,
I forgot your name from last time. I'm so sorry.
Dan. What was yours?
Yeah,
I didn't look at the. I was too busy sleeping.
There was a whole.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Shannon, right? Shannon?
Yeah, because there was a whole thing when you got to the table with the Dave to my left with your name, and then I didn't want to ask it again. I felt like it was rude. So.
What is the blind?
I can't remember. I have trouble with.
Oh no, this is long days.
If you're just
of
tuning in,
I
we are down to the final 9 in the 1K Seniors Championship.
No, it's one big.
Playing down to the final 7, I've been told.
Okay.
The final 7 will receive $122,000.
I mean, that could happen in 2 hands with the way we're going.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm small blind.
The final table of this event will be streaming tomorrow on our PokerGo YouTube channel. Of course, also on PokerGo.com. But the focus on PokerGo.com tomorrow will be the 10K horse final table. They are down to the final 12 right now. And guess what? Mr. Helmuth is still in the mix. Stacked events, also Mike Gorodinsky, Alex Livingston, Brian Yoon, Esther Taylor, David Bakes Baker, Connor Drynan, Scott Seaver, Carol Fuchs, Brad Rubin, Roman Varenko, and Christopher Clausen. Like literally, I know every single player in that tournament.
I didn't look at my cards yet.
Gorodinsky? You said Gorodinsky?
Still in.
Let's go.
Gordo is the short stack, and of course he is on our fantasy team.
Now I looked at my cards. I got 2. That's good enough. Okay, so look at the other side of the cards. I'm tempted, but no. Double down.
All right, here. 15.
There, you got your wad.
Oh, nice.
Nothing there for
Okay.
Oh, there was a. I was confused why Heimiller was showing his cards from the button, but there was a dead small blind because Al Riccobono went out from the big blind last hand.
Julie, can I cap them if I leave them
See,
in the
no
box?
harm, no foul there.
What was the?
Yeah, once the cards are in the box, you can put your card.
Thank you. Okay. I just wasn't sure what the guidance was, so.
Just so long as we don't interfere.
I don't like my position here. I'm sandwiched in between these two guys.
I don't like it either.
What's on his left?
We send each other signals from way back.
Cloninger here gives up the Jack 9 suited. Stearns also folds.
I'm check raising and he's raising.
You guys can do your battles.
I'm not kidding you. Fesh gonna give it up. Fahey may want to play this one, the ace 5 of hearts. There she does. 1.25 million.
What's up? Check. That is 2 million. All in.
Wow, quick check raise there. That should signal to Heimler that his threes are in trouble. And Fahey off to a blazing here at this final table.
Even if Heimler is good here and he's up against a hand that is 2 spades, I mean, you're likely going to be fading spades plus overs, so not really in the best spot equity-wise. We can obviously see that Fahey with the 3 5s is 92% to win this hand.
Heimler does not enjoy folding at any point in time, but he does realize that this is not the time to get creative with the call here. Fahey, meanwhile, charging up the leaderboard.
One's good.
All of a sudden, she's up to 14.5 million.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, I'll tell you now, it's good. It's good. All right.
It's been quite a grind for these players. We are on day 4 of this event. Tomorrow's final table will be the 5th day of play. Can't imagine many players outside of perhaps Baxter and Heimler having been in a spot like that before. Fatigue definitely going to come into play here.
Yeah, of course, but that fatigue can likely be battled by the adrenaline that you got pumping, making it to the final table of a record-setting seniors championship at the World Series of Poker.
David Stearns is our current short stack with 7 big blinds. All eyes will be on him as Dan Heimler finds 2 7s in the cutoff. Heimler using his stack to his advantage. Oh, wow. Aces for Billy Baxter. Wow. The 2 biggest names remaining in the tournament could potentially be clashing here as Billy Baxter is cutting out some raising chips. Baxter going for his 8th World Series of Poker bracelet. Dan Heimler going for his 2nd title in this event.
Baxter's only got 13 big blinds here, so I feel like any sort of 3-bet that's smaller than all in is going to look a bit suspicious. And that's what he goes with.
I mean, Donnie, this is what the young kids do these days.
stack of rounds is down?
No, I think this is what the older gentlemen do.
So, is it all well?
3.850.
Lonnie Hallett with a commanding chip lead. Looking over
Ace
at the,
king!
oh my God!
Oh,
You have to be joking right now. The amount of clashes between big hands we've seen so far today is absolutely astounding.
I said he still has to act.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
Okay. I'm not.
Action on Lonnie Hallett with ace-king offsuit. Billy Baxter casually taking a sip of his coffee.
All in.
Lonnie Hallett moves all in.
Well, I guess it might have saved me some money. I guess I can't call
yeah, that did probably save Dan Heimler money.
Well, hold on.
Billy Baxter.
I'm in, don't worry.
All right. He's got a pair.
You can show him any hand, and Billy Baxter is in. 2 aces for the 7-time gold bracelet winner. Here we go.
Billy Baxter not worried about this
I would
one.
100% have to
93%
go.
chance to double up for the Legends.
It looks like
Lonnie Hallett just keeps catching cards, but this time he is the underdog.
situation.
Baxter has probably been through this
Blinds on blinds.
a million times before, but can his aces hold up? Queen 10-8, it is never easy, Donnie.
It is never easy. The hearts are blocked, though, by Baxter having the ace of hearts, but that jack for Broadway could come in.
6 of diamonds on the turn, very clean still for Billy Baxter. All he has to do is fade a jack on the river, and if he does, he's going to be a real force, and there it is. An 8 on the river. Baxter with the double up to 15.3 million. Dan Heimler saves himself some money, being able to fold his 7s there after Hallett shoved with ace-king. Ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained? What a final table we already have. We've seen aces to kings, we've seen kings to queens, and there it is, aces to ace-king.
And all 3 times in those hands you mentioned, Lonnie Hallett has been involved.
It's been an action.
The chip leader has been active. He does lose that pot there, doubling up Billy Baxter, but still extremely healthy, over 40 big blinds, or sorry, 41 million in chips, 83 big blinds in his stack.
I mean, Hallett is still the chip leader.
That's how big his chip lead was.
Nope.
Andrew Nichols says in the chat, this is the best final table all year. John says, is it possible to fold ace-king in that
The
other
other green stack is short.
Oh, you got to
I
flight that later.
No, it's just not. I mean,
You got to flight that late.
I got to work on Monday. I'm going to get in trouble.
you're
I'm gonna get
blocking
fired.
aces and kings. You know, you're going to take a flip
I know we talked about it.
with
right?
the stack sizes against a hand
Yeah,
like
call it
queens,
sick
jacks,
Monday.
10s, if that's what Billy Baxter has.
How am I going to say I'm sick?
He might have an ace-queen
I'm a mom,
suited,
like,
for
right
example, that you're dominating. So, yeah, I think
I
you just
think
have
so.
to take
You
it with
tell
that
yourself.
ace-king and
It's
hope for
a
the
note
best,
to
but
Don't move him, don't move him.
6 million.
In anticipation for me winning this.
Making sure this count is correct as Hallett is using the big chips to pay this off.
Move it up. Like tomorrow if I bust tonight.
We played on the 5.
Huh?
We played on the
We
5.
play down to 5.
Billy Baxter,
Billy.
You know what I'm saying? I can move it up.
one step closer to his 8th World
Doesn't
Series
cost
poker
me
bracelet.
Just another blip. Yeah. How much got Billy now? 12?
Something like that. He's got a lot more than 12. There's my money in there too.
Oh man.
He's got,
Billy Baxter's most recent bracelet win in 2002 when he won the $1,500 Raz event. Prior to that, all his bracelets coming in no limit draw. The majority in deuce to 7, one of those in ace to 5.
But the floppy kind of felt a little bit.
Yeah, well, that was spread as bad as it could get.
Billy, can you put your big chips out front for me?
I'm sorry.
Come on, Billy. It's not your first rodeo. Keep those big chips in front.
Shouldn't you notice by now?
Thank you so much.
Shouldn't you notice by now?
Can you imagine, Donnie, winning a bracelet 21 years after your last? That is so crazy.
Oh.
Dan Heimler down to 25.5 million, still 3rd in chips. Baxter now 4th in chips.
Raised 1.3.
the chips are flying. Heimiller here is going to raise the queen 8 of hearts, makes it 1.3 million. Hallett's going to call from the small blind. Ace 5 of diamonds for Hallett.
Hallett did not get to a chip stack like this by folding.
No way.
If you're Cloninger here, Donnie, getting a good price here to perhaps come along, or?
Yeah, but you can always take it conservative. You don't need to get involved.
Jesse says, I don't think I've ever rooted for anyone more to win a bracelet than I'm rooting for Baxter right now. Dude is a Doyle Unger Reese level legend.
Check.
Absolutely. Baxter's been in the game for many decades, and it'd be really cool to see him battle it out tomorrow at the final table, as tonight we are playing down to the final 7.
Bet.
Nope. Not good enough.
1.7.
Hallett makes a wheel on the turn. Let's go! Takes it down with a bet.
If you are a professional gambler out there and you're watching, then you're also likely rooting for Billy Baxter, because he won the case against the U.S. government to allow professional gambling to be classified as a profession. That was back in the 80s.
Wow. It's crazy how these guys are still around, that were part of the group that laid the foundation for the game the way it is today. Sadly, not many of those still around, but we should cherish those that are still able to come play. And Baxter, he's back every year. Always plays a few tournaments. Has made a run in the main event very recently.
Yeah, still got what is probably his favorite tournament coming up, the $10,000 No Limit Deuce to 7 single draw. That's coming up in the next handful of days.
I'll never forget when he showed up to the No Limit Deuce a few years ago wearing a full yellow tracksuit.
Oh yes, I remember that.
So much bling.
Let's go. Come on, you cheap skates. Buy your rail drinks. Let's go. Get this going.
I think your buddies might be ready to party. It's good. They have a good time. That's all that matters.
Fahey finds ace jack of hearts. She's been on quite the run.
The action is, it's on you.
We're starting to develop some real characters here at this table, Donnie. It's funny how quickly you get acquainted to these players, and all of a sudden you start to feel as though you have a rooting interest here. And I'm starting to root for all these players because it's been so much fun to watch them. And Dan Heimiller picks up 2 red queens.
Fahey had opened under the gun to 1.2 million. Heimiller is going to 3-bet to 3.2 million. Ace King for Fesh.
Wow.
What are these hands?
This is absurd. I feel like every single hand is a major clash. Oh, wow. He just flats. I mean, this might draw Fahey into the hand. Donnie, how do you feel?
I can't believe he's just flatting.
How do you feel about Fetch just calling here? And Fahey, rightly so, gets away from her ace jack of hearts. I mean, we could have been looking at a 43 million chip pot here. Oh my God. 7-3 queen. Heimiller's queen's well ahead. Fetch not willing to risk it all, and judging by this flop, that's a very good decision. Of course, Heimiller cannot afford to give any free cards at this point.
There's 4 million.
Oh, wow. 4 million chip bet and a quick call. Fetch looking for an ace or a king. Turn card, 8 of clubs. Heimler's hand getting that much stronger.
I mean, if Fesh is willing to call on the flop, the board pairing there doesn't really change the dynamics of this board, so I expect he's going to put more money in. I did not expect him to lead, but here we go.
Wow. Donnie, if you're Dan Heimler, what do you think your opponent can have here? He would never flat with aces or kings.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to put him on a hand like 2 jacks. I can't imagine Fesh is calling a 3-bet after Heimler 3-bet the under the gun razor with an 8 in his hand.
Right.
You know, so maybe, I don't know, maybe he has 2 sevens and he flopped a set, now he turns a full house, but is he going to lead there? I doubt it. Also, sevens might be a fold pre for Fesh, but a hand like 2 jacks, he could certainly have. So if that's how Heimler reads this situation, then he could just call here and, you know, kind of hope to lay the trap once more for the river.
What an incredible development here as Fetch decides to lead on the turn for 5 million. Action on Dan Heimler. Heimler keeping his composure. Probably going through the combinations his opponent might have. Almost impossible to give him credit for an 8 at this point. If you're Heimler here, Donnie, your only option really is to call, right?
Make it 13 million.
Wow, he makes it 13 million. What a hand. Does Fetch think he have aces? And he's slow playing it?
No, he can't.
Meanwhile, Fetch was up to 33 million not too long ago. Right now, he finds himself in a very complicated hand. How do you like Heimler's raise here, Donnie?
I think he's just trying to, you know, possibly get some value from hands like jacks, maybe some 10s, also deny some equity. He does have that queen of diamonds in his hand, so a hand like an ace queen of diamonds is blocked.
Oh my God, Fetch moves all in. Heimler snaps it off.
Happening?
Is this the craziest hand of the entire summer?
Oh my gosh, and Heimler has to fade an ace or a king here on the river. More than 50 million in the pot.
Fetch has 6 outs to bust Dan Heimler. And Shannon Fahey is scratching her head. Let's see the river card. I'm nervous for Dan Heimler. It's a queen. Dan Heimler with an enormous double up. What did we just witness?
I have no idea what I just saw go down, but Dan Heimler is going to collect a massive pot. He is going to be the new chip leader.
Ron Fetch sees his stack go up in flames. He's now down to 6.6 million after being among the chip leaders for many hours. Dan Heimler is now the chip leader with 50 million chips. Wow.
Fesh all the way down to 6.6 million. Oh my.
I think so. You don't do it. Don't move. Don't move. Okay.
Double checking the stats.
I just think so. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17, 25.
He's been doing a lot of raising all day. I hope one of them's broke.
Dan Heimler, one of the most experienced players left in this event, is handed 25 million chips. As Ron Fetch bluffs it off with ace king high.
No. It's less. This is 5. Is that 5?
It's 10. That's 10.
7, 8, 9.
So dealer making sure that the count is right here.
I can't believe what we just saw.
I
mean, what?
I'm in shock.
You count it again. That's only 10. That's only 5,000 there.
Okay, so I'm missing
This is 500,000.
1 million.
She's got a 500,000.
I mean, I'm guessing Ron Fesh on the turn there felt he had the best hand because after Heimiller makes it 13 million, I mean, he doesn't have any fold equity.
That's 7. Wow.
Best to do big chips first.
14, 15, 16, 17, 25,000.
One of your stacks is just one.
Dan Heimiller moving into the chip league. Keep in mind, Dan Heimiller won this event before. 2014, he beat a field of about 4,400, 4,500 players to win more than $600,000 for that win.
Oh my God. By the way,
now he's in the driver's seat.
What I loved about the way Heimiller played this hand, he snapped it off when Fetch shoved on him. No hesitation, no worry about aces or kings.
Is the button right, guys? I don't remember.
He just snapped it off. Ron Fetch,
Perfect.
from being among the chip leaders to now being among the short stacks.
If we went all the way before the flop, we would have the same thing.
Yeah.
So long ago, you're correct.
Yeah.
Unbelievable scenes.
Give you $3 back. All right.
The chat is blowing up, and rightfully so. That was the hand of the summer. Like, there's no other way.
By far the hand of the summer. I mean, oh my.
I'll call.
The equity swing in that hand for these stacks, just out of control. And Fesh here gets aces now.
Oh my God.
In the small blind, he limps in. Fahey's got queen 7 in the big blind. She checks. Check on the flop, king on the turn. Check again. Jack on the river, so as long as Fesh doesn't fold, he's gonna win this pot, but wow.
Got 500.
Fetch getting a little bit of money back here, courtesy of pocket aces, but he's going to be dreaming or having nightmares about the way that ace-king hand plays out.
Well, actually, that's pretty fortunate to have come up with a pair of aces.
I still can't believe that hand we just saw. I mean, like, I'm in shock.
Total shock.
I feel like we need to send the players on break so we can all kind of collect ourselves, the commentators included.
You can't play ace-king, you might as well go home.
This hand will be talked about for many years to come. We will not forget this one.
And it just seems so out of character, too, because Fesh had been playing extremely well, picking and choosing his spots very nicely, and then just the misstep of all missteps at the wrong time runs right into Dan Heimiller's pocket queens.
Stearns here, the short stack at the table, moves all in with king jack offsuit.
5 1/4.
How much did you have?
I'll buy him up.
About 100? No. 80?
That's the way to double up.
I just moved it. I said button right there.
Stearns picks up some much needed chips here. Still our short stack.
I mean, this whole day, not even just the final table, has just been wild. We've seen some crazy hands.
Raise 1.5 million.
Billy Baxter finds the ducks, the mallards, the deuces, He comes in for a raise. Seeing lots of tight folds as well before the flop. Cloninger lets go of king queen offsuit. Baxter, of course, has to be given a lot of credit for his tight play. His table image is very, very tight, as you can see by Fetch quickly folding ace jack offsuit. Baxter using his image to his advantage.
That's correct.
It's amazing how microphones really kills the chatter on the table.
Listen.
Got a little bit of a rail building up here.
That's right. You're not going to get too many insults with the mics on.
Come on, Dan. Give us your best. Give us your best joke.
Okay, 1.5 million.
Baxter once again raising it up, making it 1.5 million.
Gets the job done.
Easy game,
It's back-to-back hands.
The button is correct.
Billy's my son's name too, but we call him William because my brother was Billy. My dad, my brother, and my son.
Mr. Baxter, 5 and 5. Big blind.
So right now, 9 players remain. We got David Stearns as the short stack, 7 big blinds. Or about 7.5 big blinds. And then Forey, Fesh, and Cloninger also under 20 big blinds each, but obviously much healthier than Stearns.
If you're just joining us, please like today's video and subscribe to our channel. We're only 50 subscribers away on YouTube from hitting 431,000.
Okay, so 1.5 million.
Very much appreciate everyone for tuning in. It's been quite a blast today watching this day 4 action. Fetch raising it up pocket fours. Eng finding ace-10 suited in the small blind. I mean, say what you will about Fetch's move. He is still in the tournament. Still has a chance.
At the floor, about 5 million now.
Raise.
Eng is going to play his first hand of this final table.
3 million.
Put in a 3-bet.
750,000.
Fetch deliberating here with pocket fours.
Small 3-bet size in here from Eng. Fesh does give it up.
One's correct.
Do you want my husband to cheer for you? You don't seem to have a rail. Like, he can cheer. Do you want?
250. That's okay. 300. Thanks anyway.
250.
For now. Yep.
I don't have near what they had last night. Like,
Stearns here just can't find anything.
yes, exactly. I thought about it.
Horrible hand after horrible hand. King Queen for our man from South Africa, Fori.
Fori has been patient. King Queen off, good enough for him to raise with. Looks like we're approaching a break in the action. We still have 9 players in the event as Fori takes the as Fori takes this one down. A little bit of a chant there with his friends on the rail, and his wife is there too watching. We're going to take a 15-minute break before action resumes. We're playing down to 7 today, so we have to lose 2 more players before action is done. We'll see you guys in about 15. All right, welcome back to the 1K Seniors Championship final table. We still have 9 players in the mix for the first prize of $756,000. My name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. Thank you all so much for joining us. We are still recovering from one of the most epic hands I've ever seen at the World Series of Poker. That hand, of course, led to the double up of Dan Heimiller, who now has just shy of 50 million chips. It is still anyone's game here at the final table. The blinds and antes are big. There are quite a few short stacks in the mix. The goal tonight is to play down to the final 7 players. Fori with King Jack off decides to let this one go. Action folds to Eng, who might be raising it up here. He has some pocket deuces.
Raise 1.2.
Baxter looks down an ace-queen offsuit to his direct left. Let's see if Baxter is going to get creative here. We've not seen him make a whole lot of moves. He's had it every time, so he's going to get a lot of credit for a big hand. Does decide to 3-bet here.
3.5 million.
3.5 million is the 3-bet. Lots of chips on the line every single hand. If Baxter can chip up here, that'll be quite significant.
Great spot for him to do so.
I wanted to have to cut the black off.
And gets it done.
Very nice. Half.
All right, here is a look at our free pick'em game. Check out play.pgt.com to win your share of $5,000 in prizes. We have lots of contests running at all times there. Go check it out.
What the, please?
Can I have one too, please?
Imagine being in Fetch's shoes, having 33 million chips earlier, now sitting on just
That'd be
6
great.
million chips.
Everything with the water bottle. Yeah, none of that's us. No, the pen you can stay. It belongs to the crew. None of those are.
Action on
Sitting on
Lonnie
the floor for a while, that
Hallett.
other
Jack
red
10
one.
offsuit. He's going to come in for a raise.
And that's a dead soldier too. Thank you so much.
I will.
No change.
Ace 9 of hearts for Stearns in the small blind. Stearns is our short stack with just 4
Yes,
big blinds.
Rolled around under the table.
Can't ask for a whole bunch more
Sir?
when you have just 4 big blinds.
A glass of ice when you get a minute.
20 bigs.
And just one plastic glass for me. Without glass. Plastic, just a glass, plastic glass. Yeah, please.
Stearns giving it some thought here, seemingly not wanting to commit his chips to this hand. Only has 5 physical chips out in front of him. Clearly hoping for a bit more of a premium hand to risk his tournament life with, but Ace 9 of hearts is a pretty good hand.
Yeah, I think you just have to go with this here against one of the bigger stacks at the table. Wow, gives it up. I understand he's got a few free hands to come, folding the small blind there, so now he doesn't have to commit any chips that are forced in via the blinds or the ante, but Ace 9 of hearts, I mean, not sure how much more of a premium holding you're going to have. Not that the Ace 9 of hearts is exactly the most premium holding, but After you've been folding the old 6 deuce, 7-3, all that sort of stuff, I mean, it's got to get that in there.
Hallett finds pocket sixes, and of course, he's going to keep applying the pressure. And in this case, he just moves all in to put all the players to his left at risk. Stearns has ace-jack of clubs, decides to go for it this time around. Fetch folds ace-9 suited in the small blind, and Fahey finds queen-jack off. That's likely also going to end up in the mug. And we're going to see an all-in showdown here. Stearns at risk, ace-9 suited versus the sixes of Hallett. It's a fair fight. It's a coin flip.
Here we go, Dave.
Big pay jump on the line here.
Ice check.
Ace-jack versus sixes. The final 9 get paid $74,000. The final 8 get paid $95,000. So everyone at the table, except for Stearns, hoping for an elimination here. Queen 9-4 rolls off the deck. Sixes remain in the lead as Stearns is looking for an ace, a jack, backdoor clubs, or a backdoor straight. Let's see the turn card. It is the deuce of spades. Doesn't add any outs to Stearns, who now has 6 outs, an ace or a jack, or else he will be eliminated. River card is the 10 of hearts. Pay jump secured for the remaining 8 as David Stearns hits the rail in 9th place. Stearns collects $74,000, and the remaining 8 get paid at least $95,000 as the action continues.
We lose the steamroller. Dave Stearns, 64 years old, out of California. A casino owner by profession.
Wow.
So knows a thing or two about gambling, but
they've jammed us up.
Billy Baxter looking for some more leg space.
6-6. I'm gonna get Bob up here.
8 players remaining. Ron Fetch now the short stack. Just 7 big blinds for him.
That pot did give Lonnie Hallett the chip lead. Ever so slightly over Dan Heimiller, but they're neck and neck for pole position here.
No, that's okay. It is what it is.
Eng has king 10 suited. He hasn't had too many easy wins here at this final table, but still sitting comfortable with 13.1 million chips.
After one more player bust, everyone's going to be guaranteed 6 figures. 95K is what is locked up right now.
Not gonna play 3 clubs?
Tight, huh?
I was just saying that.
I love that.
We pick up that
Lonnie
far,
Hallett
we
from
could
Canada is representing the Golden Knights with his hat. Seeing a ton of Golden Knights gear here at the Horseshoe, fresh off their Stanley Cup win.
It's dangerous that he could possibly see your cards if he was looking that direction. You saw the one card, only the one card you picked it up a little bit high.
That elimination has Hallett back in the lead. Hallett and Heimiller are virtually tied for the chip lead right now, 50.6 to 49.1 million in chips. Then we have sort of our middle class, Billy Baxter and Gordon Eng. And I guess we can also add Shannon Fahey to that group with 17 big blinds. And then among the shorter stacks, Lauren Cloninger, 14 big blinds, Rudolph Forey, 11, and Ron Fetch on 7 big blinds. So all eyes now on Ron Fetch as he is the next one to be all in if no one else were to make a move. This, of course, Donnie, where the ICM comes into play.
Oh, yes. But then again, ICM is for poor people.
That is correct.
If you ask Nacho Barbero.
Nacho Barbero, who was the stone bubble in the 50K Poker Players
Yep.
Championship.
Cloninger here. Queen 10 of clubs. Nice looking hand.
Raise 1.4 million.
1,400,000 is the raise from Cloninger. Fahey gonna think this one over with the ace-8 of clubs. She does give it up.
Easy game.
A tight image pays off, Donnie.
Yes, of course it does. Got through the ace-8 of clubs there, got through the king-jack off as well. Cloninger picks this one up.
Tomorrow, we're streaming the final table for free of this event, but keep in mind as well, exclusively on PokerGo.com, we have the final table of the 10K horse. Currently 12 players remaining. A guy by the name of Phil Hellmuth still in the mix.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully
He's
we get
out
to
there
see
battling.
Thank you, that's fine. That's fine.
And he has his sons on the rail, and I saw his parents
Oh,
as
yeah.
well.
The whole family's here.
Whole family.
As he tries to get number 17. Of course, we've got Billy Baxter here trying to get number 8.
Incredible stuff.
A couple of absolute legends going for even more WSOP gold. Play here folds around to Dan Heimiller on the button with a couple ducks, pocket twos. Heimiller, of course, one of the chip leaders, going to come in for a raise here.
Heimiller known for his aggressive style, and with the big stack, it's even easier to push around the smaller stacks a little bit. Let's see if Baxter wants to play back here with Queen Jack offsuit.
Well, he has been defending Baxter from his big blind in a bunch of different spots, so he's going to continue to do that there. 50-50 between these two hands going to the flop.
6-5 deuce on the flop here. Heimiller flops a set. Baxter whiffs on this flop, which could save him a ton of money unless, of course, he hits that turn or river card. It is the 3 of spades on the turn. Baxter still in a very easy situation here to just let go of this hand. Heimiller just hoping for his opponent to catch something. 3 on the river gives him a full house.
Gotta bet now.
No more
checking.
No more checking, Dan.
Yeah. 4 million.
4 million is the bet from Heimiller. Baxter thinking about it here, seemingly not wanting to believe, but he does decide to let it go. And the rich gets richer. Heimiller now back into the lead.
You were the sevens, the tens. The pocket tens, the sevens. Yes.
That's a maniac safe.
Yeah, that's why I shoved the sevens against Billy here.
With that pot,
These
Heimiller
sevens have been good.
back in front now. A little jockeying back and forth for the chip lead between Dan Heimiller and Lonnie Hallett,
Where did
but
you get that walk from?
for all intents and purposes, they are co-chip leaders at this final table, and both of them well out in front of everyone else.
You know what the good news is, Donnie? We could see a 100 million chip pot right now.
We could. I mean, didn't really think that we would see a 50 million chip pot, and we did. Kind of came out of nowhere. So, you know, I wouldn't say the chance is zero that we see a massive clash between these two. I mean, of course, it would be of benefit to Highmiller and Hallett to kind of stay out of each other's way, you know. Ron Fesh, he is the player who clashed with Highmiller in that 50 million chip pot. Fesh is the short stack currently with 7, almost 8 big blinds.
Baxter hoping to see a flop for cheap, but Hallett is not going to let that happen.
Nope. It's the power of the big stack, power of position. To start this hand, less than 1 big blind separates Highmiller and Hallett at the top of the leaderboard. Fesh under the gun with 7.5 big blinds. He lets it go. Fahey here picking up ace king of hearts. She's got 17 big blinds. Gonna come in for a raise here, Shirley. And there it is.
Remember that Fahey was all in for her tournament life. With kings versus aces on the very first hand at the final table, she caught a king, and now with ace king of hearts, potentially on her way to raking in a whole bunch more. And Hallett finds 8s in the small blind. Donnie,
Forey made a quick call with his pocket 9s. Hallett here with pocket 8s. Could certainly see him calling and opting to take a flop here. Does look like that's what he's going to do. There you go. Cloninger's getting a good price, but that jack 3 off ain't looking too good. So that's into the muck. 3 ways here.
a very exciting 3-way action here, especially because we have 2 players with pocket pairs. Fahey with the big cards. Here comes the flop. Queen 6-7. No sets and no pair for Fahey. Also no hearts out there. Aggression could really take this one down, Donnie. Wow!
There it
Fahey doesn't waste any time and moves all in with ace-king.
She got through Forey, but is she going to get through Hallett?
I mean,
Hallett there saying that he should have pushed pre-flop. Fahey getting the job done there.
Thank you.
That's some power poker right there.
That is some power poker. Let's go.
Not even a heart, Donnie. There's not even a heart on the flop. She was just like, I'm just going to go for this.
Fahey there takes that one, gets up over 14 million in chips. Fahey, 51 years old, a real estate trust manager out of Emerald Hills, California. Enjoys snowboarding and hiking when she's not at the poker table. Loves her 3 kids and has been married 25 years this year. Well, Cloninger's all in from the small blind. We see, okay, queen 10 of clubs. Fesh with the king 5 off. Might have been good enough there to make the call, but he elects to fold it. Cloninger, one of 2 farmers still remaining.
Yeah.
He and the gentleman next to him, Lonnie Hallett, both farmers. Cloninger out of Salinas, California, and Hallett out of Alberta, Canada.
I wonder if we get some produce talk here later at this final table.
Yeah.
Perhaps some farming strategy talk. Eng raises it up with King Jack of Spades. Baxter looks down at Ace 4 of Clubs. Baxter lets it go. Gives credit to his opponent.
Eng has generally been pretty snug overall, so I think his raise will get respected by the other players unless they pick up an absolute premium, and we see that is not the case. So
He needs a receipt with that, Pat. Nice purchase.
the contracts manager out of New Jersey takes this one down.
Sure.
Meanwhile, Rudolph Forey and Ron Fetch both below 10 big blinds, 8 and 5 respectively.
You said some change. All right.
This tournament will conclude tomorrow. $756,000 up for grabs for the winner.
I just can't resist that.
8,180 players enter this event. It's kind of hard to fathom, but we're talking like main event size fields in events like these.
Raise 1.2 million.
Eng raises with the Ace of Clubs and a mystery card. Let's see if we can find out what he has there as Hallett decides to 3-bet.
3.7.
Donnie, if you're Eng, unless you have like a real premium here, it's really scary to get involved against the chip leader, knowing that there's a bunch of short stacks still below you.
Of course. Want to be able to preserve that equity that you have, not go totally crazy given the situation. Both Forey and Fesh are sub 10 big blind stacks. Gordon Eng is married with 2 kids, 5 and 1.5 years on his children. He's a cancer survivor, Remco.
It's always good to hear.
So good on him.
Yep.
Beating cancer. Fesh here, King Jack off. Has to go all in, of course. Very short, and there it is. Ron Fesh moving it all in.
Understandable shove here. Heimiller taking a peek.
He's going to call with the 10-6. I mean, live cards at this point.
That's the Dan Heimiller difference for you. Always willing to gamble. And for 5 big blinds, he thinks that 10-6 offsuit is enough of a hand. Live cards for Heimiller, but Fetch in a spot to recoup a little bit of the chips that he handed over to Heimiller when his bluff got called before the break. Here comes the flop. 8-9 queen. Clean looking flop for Fetch, but 10 outs for Heimiller. Jack, a 7 or a 6. Let's see the turn card. It's the Ace of Hearts, no hearts for Heimiller. The outs remain the same. 10 outs for Heimiller, or Fetch will double up. River card is the King of Hearts. And it's the start of a little comeback here.
It is the start of a comeback. Ron Fesh getting it done.
I had a couple outs.
Appreciate it.
3 exactly? I mean, 3. Well, I'm sorry, 3 stop. 3 million.
3 million.
Boy, what was there a mistake there? I forgot.
I'm sure
that-
Ron Fesh's
so
family,
much.
his wife,
3
5
million, I
kids,
didn't
and
realize
the
he
2
had that
gold
much.
duels were all like that double up there.
I know it is. I know it is. But I'm just looking twice. What if I had pot odds with the 600? 6.
Don't dwell on it too much, Mr. Heimiller. You still got plenty of chips.
Supposed to call like 1,300.
Still got over 48 million in your stack.
1.3 million more.
Montreal Punter on PokerGo chat says, by the time we'll be seniors, this tournament will be full of GTO wizards.
1 million.
Check out gtowizard.com/PokerGo if you want to try it out for yourself.
Yeah.
Study it for a few years before you're 50, you know, you'll be good to go.
Total. I mean, total. Should have been like, they should have called, no. I got it wrong.
If you're just tuning in and you're watching us on YouTube, please hit that like button. We're about to hit 2,000 likes. I can feel it. We're getting pretty close. Also, just 5 YouTube subs away from hitting 431,000. Once again, awesome to do roughly 30% more live streaming this WSOP compared to last. We're trying to expand every single year. And this year we've added some free streaming to reach a larger audience, which will hopefully give us a chance to do even more in the future. Tomorrow, however, exclusively on PokerGo, something that could potentially break the internet, as Phil Hellmuth is well on his way to maybe winning his 17th bracelet. The 10K horse streams exclusively on PokerGo.com tomorrow.
It's about time. Phil Hellmuth has gotten to a final table. I mean, he's not there yet, but last year we had that 3K No Limit Hold'em stream with Phil Hellmuth, the event that David Jackson eventually went on to win, and haven't heard a whole lot from Mr. Hellmuth this World Series yet, but he is making some noise. 2 tables left in the 10K horse, so we'll see if he can get the job done there.
Some more exciting final tables upcoming. The 25K PLO High Roller is going to be on PokerGo on Wednesday.
I believe there are over 200 entries in that tournament.
PLO is popping, as they say. And then on Saturday, July 1st, maybe we'll get a chance to see Billy Baxter back in action, because the 10K No Limit Deuce to 7 single draw will be streaming as well. That is the final event on PokerGo prior to the main event kicking off on July 3rd. Still not at 2,000 likes. I'm just going to keep pretending like we're almost there. Rudolph Forey down to 5 big blinds. He now the short stack, all eyes on him after Ron Fetch doubled up. Shannon Fahey, meanwhile, continues to be comfortable at the table, continues to raise. This time she has pocket eights. Forey shaking his head, doesn't seem too happy, but he also needs to realize he's outlasted over 8,000 players already.
Just folded King Jack there. These players are certainly leaning on the more snug side. That 25K PLO, Remco, 255 entries currently.
255?
Yep,
Wow.
255.
Do we know what they got last year?
I can look that up.
Please do. Because this is the summer of crushing records.
Yeah, the 10K PLO
almost got 1,000 players.
731. I think it had 695 or so last year, so very much a record in that one. The 25K PLO last year that was won by Tong Lee had 264 entries, so they're just about there.
They're going to smash that. Does it have a single re-entry?
Good question.
Fahey, meanwhile, goes from 8s to 7s and raises it up again.
1.5.
2 re-entries per player.
Oh, wow. Oh, they're going to hit 300 players.
Oh, for sure. Registration is open until approximately 2:15 p.m. on day 2. So about it's 2 levels and a break into day 2. So yeah, they're gonna blow past last year's number, and they're likely gonna get 300 or more.
Hallett defended from the big blind, flops a flush draw with 8-5 suited. Fahey with 7s has the best hand, but will she get the showdown here or give herself a chance to play on the turn and river as Hallett decides to lead out? Fahey decides to let it go, and Hallett uses his big stack to his advantage and picks this one up without showdown. Meanwhile, the Millionaire Maker also ongoing. I believe they got 7 million players in that tournament, Donnie.
Close. Over 10,000. Our good friend, our colleague, Jeff Platt is out there.
Never heard of him.
He's coming back with more than 500,000 in chips after this last break. So
wow.
Jeff Platt cooking in the Millionaire Maker. They are going to award not one, but 2 7-figure prizes. First place is over 1.2 million. Second place is just over 1 million in that event. So all from a $1,500 buy-in in the WSB Millionaire Maker tournament. Not only is that more than 10,000 entries in the field, a record in the Millionaire Maker, it's a record for any $1,500 buy-in WSOP event ever.
Wow.
Everything is just smashing records here. I mean, there are a couple events that are, of course, on par, maybe down a tiny bit, but most of the events seem to be up and up in big ways. Hallett here.
I mean,
pressure's on.
Cloninger is looking at Hallett almost as if he's taking this personally.
This is farmer on farmer crime
yeah.
right here. I mean, this is
farmers only in this hand.
Yeah, this is why are you letting your cows come over and graze on my land? What's going on here?
Hallett raising enough to put Cloninger all in. Haven't seen Cloninger's cards yet.
He's got to have something worth considering. Maybe it's like a a king 10, a king jack type of hand here. He does give it up
without showing too. Keeps his strategy a secret.
That's an inside joke for somebody back home.
All right, Cloninger lets this one go. We're down to the final 8 in this event. Rudolf Forey from South Africa is our current short stack. That, of course, likely to play into the decision-making of Lauren Cloninger. In order to play this event, you need to be at least 50 years or older. Shannon Fahey, the youngest player at this final table, 51 years old. Donnie, can we find out who the oldest player at the table is? Is it Billy Baxter?
I believe it might be Billy Baxter, but let me just confirm quickly. Billy Baxter is 82. Next closest, Lauren Cloninger at 75. So Billy Baxter is the oldest. He's been doing this forever. Gambling is his profession, although, fun fact that I did not know about Billy Baxter, he went to college as a pre-med student.
Wow. Billy Baxter basically has been eligible for the seniors event for longer than most of us have been alive.
Billy Baxter, of course, an avid sports bettor when he's not playing poker. One of the best in the world at it. If you're into the gambling scene at all, you likely know about Billy Baxter, just an absolute legend of the game. When it comes to poker, of course, 7-time WSB Gold Bracelet winner, Poker Hall of Famer. I mean, it would just be wild if he were to win this tournament. I know still a bit of a ways to go, and he does have 2 big chip leaders to battle with, but
it's gonna be good.
Donnie, I just looked away from the screen, and Chad is going crazy over an ace-10 suited fold. I missed that. Who folded ace-10 suited?
1.2.
I feel like an idiot for glancing away from the screen. I'm sure Chad is about to tell me. Meanwhile, Eng raises it up with ace-4 suited. Baxter has queen-jack suited. Baxter does not want what he is looking for. Oh, wow. Fetch folded ace-10 suited versus Hallett shove. Of course, Fetch very much aware of the fact that Rudolf Forey is the shorter stack.
yeah, Hallett moved all in on the button, putting Cloninger and Fetch to the test. And Fetch folded ace-10 suited for 9.5 big blinds.
3 players.
I mean,
I know he's behind there, but I think you got to get your money in there.
Jack 10 deuce, 2 diamonds on this flop. Baxter flops a jack, and luckily for him, no clubs involved in this hand. Baxter has been dancing on a tightrope all day today. Once again right now, he's got the best hand.
Nice bet, Billy.
He's gonna show the jack and take this one down. The blinds are 300K, 600K, with a 600K big blind ante, so it goes to show that even winning the small-ish pots has a massive impact. Billy Baxter now up to third in chips, Donnie.
Moving up nicely, and not only is he third in chips, separating himself from that lower pack of players. Billy Baxter now over 18 million, 30 big blinds. Closest to him, below him, is Shannon Fahey with 18 big blinds. So good little kind of comfortable spot here in the middle between obviously the two chip leaders, Hallett and Highmiller, and then the shorter bunch of players. Baxter setting himself up quite nicely.
Rudolph.
Aces.
Oh, wow.
Aces, here we go.
Aces for Cloninger in late position. Let's see if we can find some customers here.
Cloninger only working off 14 big blinds. Fesh is short in the small blind with 9 bigs, and then Fahey in the big blind. She's got 18 big blinds. Or sorry, he's in the cutoff seat. My fault. Fesh folds. Fahey gonna give this one up. Forey gives up the king-9 off from the big blind. Forey now getting very short.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Zhao Vane said limp 100%. I wouldn't mind a limp there. I think it's fine to limp there with aces given the stacks behind you. Also don't mind coming in with a raise, of course. Christian said I would have limped there and lost it on the flop with ace-ace. Action folds around here too. Fahey on the button. She's got 6-5 of spades. A pretty looking hand, but
Raised to 1.4.
she comes in with the raise to 1.4 million. Forey quickly getting out of the way, looking back at Israel saying, I haven't had much to do anything with. I don't know what you guys want me to do. Forey down to that dreaded part of the tournament when you can pick up all your chips in one hand and you only got a couple of them. Highmiller here, 3-bet, attacking from the big blind with the Jack-10 of diamonds. Good spot here, trying to put the pressure on. Highmiller is one of the two chip leaders. Really gonna put Fahey in a spot. She does give it up, and Highmiller chips up there.
If it's up to Highmiller and Hallett, they would love for this 8-handed battle with the severe short stack to continue on forever, as they'll be able to pick up chips left and right. Rudolph Forey, however, has folded his way all the way down to 3 big blinds. Perhaps channeling some of that Billy Baxter energy, who came back all the way from 2 big blinds.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Forey here on the button. He's going to get to see some free hands.
King-10 here for Fahey. She does give it up.
Doyle. I had the same man.
Oh, yeah.
That's a walk for Gordon Eng in the big blind. And there you see an example of Fahey folding the king 10 of hearts there. I mean, the situation is just very tricky for her, given her chip position. And then you have Ron Fesh to her left, or sorry, to her right with a sub 10 big blind stack. And then to her right, you have Rudolph Forhey with about 3 big blinds. So she doesn't really need to get involved with her stack. Can play pretty tight here, trying to get that ladder up, as will all the middling stacks, really. Fesh pocket 9s. This should be going in here.
This is a super premium hand, if you ask me.
2 million.
Raise to 2 million.
Fahey 9-6 suited, taking away one of Fesh's 9s in case he would need one.
Gordon Eng giving up 2 5s there, which understandably so. I mean, Fesh has to be very strong there to be raising off the stack he has at this juncture of the tournament. So I'm not sure if anyone is relaying any information to these players from the stream on delay, but if you're Dan Heimiller or you're Lonnie Hallett and you're getting information, I mean, just put 2 million chips out there and leave it out there. I mean, at this point, you know, right? Because it's pretty clear that these players are not going to fight back unless they have premium hands, and that makes sense given the situation with the way that the stacks have situated themselves. You have Forey who is severely short. You have pretty hefty money jumps at this spot. Of course, there's also that, you know, quote-unquote bubble of making tomorrow, making the next day. That's on everyone's mind. So
if you've been with us for a while here, we've really gotten to know these players and their playing styles over the last few hours. Let us know who you're rooting for in the chat. I'm really curious to hear if you've developed any new favorites, because of course it is easy to root for Heimiller and Baxter because they are the known faces, but I feel like some of these players have really grown on us over the last few hours.
Heimiller there, 3 deuce suited, raise it up.
Just leave it out there, Dan.
The diaper.
Wow, that's a throwback. It always makes me think of the main event, which is coming up real soon. Let's see.
The main event starts July 3rd, the first of 4 starting flights. Of course, main event coverage will be all on PokerGo. We'll do the first 4 days here on YouTube. We'll do the remainder all on PokerGo.com. So no better time than right now to become a PokerGo subscriber if you are not already. Use that promo code DREAM30. Save yourself $30 on an annual sub.
By the way, lots of Fahey fans in the chat right now. Still, of course, Billy Baxter, the majority of fans.
There we go. Forey is all in. 2 million. King, queen off. Can't blame him. He's got to go for it here. Hallett's got the ace 7 off.
He's going to make the call. We're going to see an all-in showdown. Let's see if Cloninger wants to get involved. He does not. All right.
You are plenty live.
Ace 7, king, queen.
Ace 7 versus king, queen. What do we got, chat? What's going to happen in this hand?
I know.
I've never won a hand with king, queen. Let's see if Forey can do it. The South African, with all his friends and family watching back home and on the rail here at the Horseshoe in Las Vegas, hoping for a king or a queen. Here's the flop. Oh, and it's a queen in the middle right away for Forey. All of a sudden, Hallett looking for one of the 3 remaining aces in the deck. The South African in a great spot here to double up as the board pairs on the turn with the 10 of hearts. An ace and an ace only will send Forey to the rail. Let's see the river card. It is the queen of diamonds, and Forey doubles up.
So king queen looks like aces. Well, it beat aces.
You only have 2 million chips left at a 600K big blind. King queen is very much looking like aces.
Okay. 5.2.
Forey still the short stack with 5.2 million, but can afford to fold a few more orbits now.
Little bit of breathing room here.
So we're gonna jump this game now.
Of course, if you're Ron Fesh,
I promise you they're the only one.
Yeah,
you were rooting for the A7 there, trying to get that money jump as the other short stack.
We'll get him next time.
Just in time, that's what they call it. The Japanese calls it just in time.
The Americans did it too. I went to school, they had just in time for manufacturing.
Yeah.
For engineering.
Raised
Yeah,
to
for common.
1.7.
Here comes Hallett on the button, raising it up. He has a 7 of spades and a mystery card. Does not matter what his other card is, just apply that pressure with your chip stack, sir.
And
Well
the
done.
parts were in the trucks on their way to the factory.
And they couldn't build.
And there's little tiny parts they needed to make the cars. They had helicopters going back and forth to the truck. The trucks went off the side. They said that we can't get through the freeway. They pulled over the side, and they had helicopters bringing this little cheap part back and forth to the assembly line in order to keep the assembly line going.
So we
it cost so much to stop the assembly line.
We put quite a lot of car manufacturers in South Africa, and with COVID, they couldn't get any parts from China, so they couldn't manufacture Toyota Hilux batteries, which is the most popular battery.
Oh, brutal! And you couldn't.
Because
So you had to.
the harbors,
So you had to start you had to manufacture them somewhere else. The parts. Or what
no,
happened?
they couldn't. So the harbors was closed.
The harbor.
Is it?
That was very fishy. It was during the COVID. The Long Beach harbor closed, slowed down and somebody did it on purpose, and most likely to punish the Chinese.
Yeah.
And I was saying, this is crazy. There's no way the news reports were correct, saying it was just an accident. It must have been on purpose. All you got to do. And they said the truckers were complaining. They were talking to the truckers who were telling the truth. They said the cranes. They said, look, we can see the cranes where we're at. They move around at a certain speed, and we can tell they're doing it slower. They're not moving the cranes around, and on purpose they weren't unloading the ships. The ships were backing up. It was somebody was up to something, maybe.
When Dan Heimler talks, I generally try to be quiet because he has some gems of stories.
I would have sold.
Not sure where he's going with this, though. Fahey takes this one down as Forey. Let's go to 3 deuce of hearts in the big blind.
Why they did it.
By the way, we hit 2,000 likes on the video on YouTube. Much love to everyone
I think somebody was pissed off with the Chinese.
watching right now. It's been a fun stream.
Coming in with Chinese.
Yeah. Look, the problem
It's been a really fun stream, and I'm glad that we've been able to showcase this event.
Okay. Am I 6'6" now?
Yes, it is 6 and 6.
I'll do $1 million. What is this? Is that $1 million?
Yeah, it's $1 million.
Yeah. Okay. I start to go. He's gonna call blind.
Forey still a short stack with 6 big blinds, but Ron Fetch not too far off. Down to 9 big blinds right now. Let's lay this one down. Action on Fahey on the button with King 3 offsuit.
Can't change it now.
No aggression just yet from anyone.
Oh, I'm gonna put that there.
Queen 5 off for Forey. Just gonna lay this one down.
I don't know why. No one could make any. I think it could have been something.
Once you get Dan
simple as
Heimler
the head of the
going,
union
he doesn't
that-
stop.
I have no idea what he's talking.
No
Maybe
one
his
does.
relative died from COVID, and he was just so pissed off. So it could be something as simple as that. There's no other. I don't know how that could make anybody money. They stop up that port.
But they closed the whole of China, all the harbors, so they couldn't get it up.
I heard the price of containers to move a container went from 4,000 to. 4,000 a container to like over 20,000 a container.
Yeah, it was
The price
crazy.
of moving the containers went way
Because
up.
We moved some stuff in with containers, and the price just Unreal.
Yeah, maybe somehow the shipping companies were in on there trying to force the price change.
Raised to 1.4.
Fahey here,
unreal jump in
picking up the aggression, coming in with the raise.
Now I'm gonna win if you,
She gets it done there.
Everyone seems to be anxiously awaiting the next short stack all-in.
Yes, I do like how Fahey is kind of approaching this right now, where she's not the biggest stack. She's in that kind of weird middle ground, but when she's been on the button, when she's been in the cutoff, she's come in with some raises, so leveraging the position at the table. Of course, we did see the one time Dan Heimiller decided to 3-bet her, but she's still, you know, she's waiting for some spots, trying to pick up some chips here and there. Doesn't want to just try and fold into the final 7, fold into tomorrow. Pocket kings for Fetch.
Wow. Finally found what he is looking for.
9 big blinds for Fetch.
We'll take your number down. You won't want to come back in here if you complain.
There is all of it.
About 10. I think
The truckers had to wait in line.
Fahey ace-8 offsuit.
So interesting to note that when Fesh had the 9s, he elected to raise. Here, he's moving all in with the kings. Heimiller's got 2 4s.
2 4s generally not the greatest thing.
But Fesh just might be so short that Heimiller wants to call this.
5,400,000.
It is exactly 9 big blinds, and Heimiller is reaching for chips. All right, he is going to call. Gordon Hang out of the way. Billy Baxter out of the way. One of those 4s, Billy Baxter, threw it into the muck. So
1 out.
1 out to get this down to 7.
All right, Fetch in a great spot to get back up to 12.3 million after his earlier misstep with ace-king suited. Dan Heimiller takes a chance here with pocket 4s. Only 1 4 remaining in the deck. Let's see if Fetch can find a double up here with pocket kings. Here comes the flop. Oh, 4 in the window.
Wow. Wow.
The last 4 in the deck, in the window.
Fesh doesn't even want to see it. He's already up out of his chair and he's beginning to collect his belongings.
5 of diamonds on the turn. A king and a king only will save Fetch. And otherwise, we'll be down to the final 7. And it is a 6 on the river. And we are down to the final 7 players in this event. Wow. What a dramatic card on the flop there.
Nice hand.
As Ron Fetch collects $95,000 for his 8th place finish. From chip leader to out in a matter of orbits. What a deflating finish that must be for Fetch. The remaining 7 players will collect $122,000. And of course, all eyes on that top prize of $765,000. Wow. What an event it has been. What a crazy final table so far with so many epic hands.
Perfect.
With that pot, Remco, Dan Heimiller moves into the chip lead once again. Him and Lonnie Howlett have been jockeying back and forth, but now it is going to be Dan Heimiller taking the chip lead into tomorrow's final table of 7.
The remaining 7 players will get some extra rest because we are going to send them home. Players are bagging up. We're going to return tomorrow for the final table. Streaming starts at 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern. Don't miss it. We're going to crown a champion for free here on YouTube. We're also streaming on PokerGo. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. Also, don't forget, 10K Horse tomorrow, final table on PokerGo.com. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Vegas time.
All right, guys, on the bags, they need the same information.